Hello, Kathy.
Good morning.
Good morning to you. Right, tell me all about your problem, please, without naming any company names.
Thank you. Well, I bought a fridge freezer in July 2018. It cost £289. In February of this year, I noticed there was a lot of water running down the back wall and onto the shelves, landing in the bottom of the fridge. I spoke to the retailer, who told me it wasn't their responsibility. It was the responsibility of the manufacturer, who then referred me back. They said it wasn't their responsibility. So I sent an email in saying, actually, I thought I had a valid complaint under the consumer, whatever it's called now.
Well, that's your mistake. Always know the legislation you're referring to.
Isn't it terrible?
Well...
Anyway, I'm sorry about that.
No, it's fine. It's the only reason I mean, it's funny, but the only reason I kind of make that point is that when you're speaking to a company, just bear in mind, most companies, even though some of them pretend they don't, they know what they have to do.
Yes, I understand.
What they will be quite good at, I would have thought, is smelling a mile off if a customer doesn't really know what they're entitled to. You know, if they sense that you're a bit unsure, that's when surely a company is very likely to fob you off. So with things like the name of the legislation, always write it down before you call them up, so that when you're able to say, well, of course, under my statutory rights, under the Consumer Rights Act of 2015, which I'm sure you're familiar with, at least it makes it sound like you know what you're talking about. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, I do know what you mean, and
just
I've got
a bit of
that
advice
right in front of me. It's just as stupid. It's me, actually.
Well,
getting a bit nervous.
Don't you worry at all. I'm just making the point for everyone else. So you raised with them that you felt you had entitlement under the Consumer Rights Act. What did they say?
They said I didn't because I hadn't had the appliance. I hadn't had a repair to the appliance, and I hadn't had it deemed unrepairable by a fully qualified engineer. And because it was out of the warranty, the onus was on me to get that sorted. So I went back to the manufacturer to get a telephone number of a qualified engineer. He came, within seconds said there was a very serious fault, which would involve a major repair. It was no way was it my fault. And he then sent me a quote for over £270 to pay for the repair.
Now, what is very, very important, and well done for getting that engineer out, did that engineer put in writing what the problem is with the fridge freezer, and did he also make it very clear in writing that this is not something that would in any way be connected with your use of the machine? This was a manufacturing defect.
Yes, he didn't actually. The actual report was pretty useless. He referred to the compressor. He said the compressor, that's what the fault was, and refrigeration system and filters. But he didn't actually, when I got the report back, it just referred to the compressor was hot and humming. And actually the retailer then picked up on that because they said he didn't mention the word inherent in his report. Therefore, they were unable to agree to a resolution under the Consumer Rights Act 2015. And he also said, and this was on an email, that it does not stipulate that goods must remain fault-free. And then they went on to say, as a gesture of goodwill, they would pay £96 towards the cost of the repair once the repair had been carried out, or I could have a £96 voucher towards the cost of a new fridge bought in store. But I forgot to mention that when I actually booked this engineer, I had to pay £96 anyway for him to come out. Right. Then the latest was they were waiting for me to get back to them to see if I would accept the £96. Well, I'm not accepting £96. And the final email was last week saying if I didn't respond within 7 days, the case would be closed.
I think it's a bit frustrating that the report sounds a little bit woolly.
so did I. But I went
hang on a second. What you need in the report is for the engineer to say, I attended Kathy's property on such and such a date. On inspection of the fridge freezer, it was very apparent that the compressor has broken. The problem with the compressor appears to be X, Y, or Z. This was in no way connected with the customer's use of this product. You need something along those lines. This whole inherent business is something that some retailers, they throw back at the consumer. I would like to see how successful they would be in the small claims court if you are armed with a report that clearly says the component on the product that has failed has nothing to do with the customer's use of the product. I think they'd be on very, very shaky ground. You don't need to have in writing, this is an inherent problem. It just needs to make it quite clear that it's a manufacturing component that has failed in an unreasonably short amount of time, and it is in no way associated with the customer's use of the product.
Well, it's not. I did get back to the manufacturer and ask about this word inherent, but they wouldn't go. The report they sent me was the report they decided that was the only one I was going to get anyway. So I could try again, and I will try again. But I've had this fridge just for 2.5 years, and if somebody said to me right at the very beginning it's going to last 2.5 years, there's no way I'd have bought it.
No, of course.
So you really think I don't have much of a case then?
No, I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is you'd have a much stronger case. I mean, it would be completely black and white, and it would be there would be no issue whatsoever. If you had a report that just, even if it suggested in the report that it was deemed that this was nothing to do with your use of the appliance, that would be helpful.
Yeah, he actually said that to me.
I know, but it's a shame he didn't put that in writing. And I wonder whether they could add that. I mean, if you were to contact them and say, look, the engineer came out and said at the time that it was nothing to do with my use of this product. The retailer, they're blaming me, and they're kind of suggesting that they don't have to do anything about it. I need something in that report. Is there any chance you could resend it to me with something about whether or not this component that has failed would have failed because of my misuse of the product? Could you? You could ask them to put that in.
I could. I will try. I'll try again.
I think
I find it really, really disappointing with this particular retailer, and really upsetting because they don't do anything to not to help me, but just to. They're dismissive straight away, and I find that really wrong.
Well, I am more than happy to get a call into them and to ask them why this has all gone wrong. Now, the only thing we do need to just explore before I do that, what are we looking for? Because, I mean, it sounds as if repairing it is not worth it.
No, because that's costing as much as it costs to actually buy it.
Yeah. I mean, £289. I presume this is an under-counter fridge freezer, is it?
No, it's an upright. It's a very nice, a good-sized fridge with a freezer included in the whole appliance.
I presume then it's at the lower end of the price bracket.
Yes.
Okay. So, and the reason why that's important is that obviously the law states that the more you spend on something, the better quality you can expect it to be, and the longer it should last. It must still last a reasonable amount of time, but obviously in the example I always use, you can't expect a Nissan Micra to be the same quality of car as a Rolls-Royce.
I understand all that.
So we have to
think 2.5 years is just ridiculous.
Yes, it's not on. So what do you think would have been a reasonable amount of time for this fridge freezer to have lasted for?
Well, at least 5 years. I'd have doubled 2.5 at least.
Yes, I agree with you. I think if we were to go for between 5 and 6, let's work on 6.
Okay.
So £289. If we divide that by 6, we're looking at a total of £48.16 per year.
Okay.
You've had it for 2.5 years, So
But that's before the fault, yes, when the fault occurred.
Okay, so you've had it for 2.5 years before the fault occurred.
Yes.
Which means you've had £120.41 use from it.
Okay.
And therefore you're entitled to... hang on a second, let me just work out what that... so we've got a total of 289 less 120.41 equals £168.59. That's the amount of use that you haven't had from the product.
Yeah.
Plus, how much did it cost you to have the report carried out? 96 quid?
96, yes.
So, as a financial settlement, the retailer owes £264.59.
Well, that makes much more sense to me. I don't like this wording as a... What did I say to you? I'm getting mad. A gesture of goodwill. It's not a gesture of goodwill. I don't want a gesture of goodwill. I want it sorted properly.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean? I
Yeah,
don't know
I
why
do.
they use that expression.
Well, they use that expression because it doesn't accept any responsibility.
I see.
So you see, by suggesting they're doing something as a gesture of goodwill, it doesn't then leave them open to you pursuing them further because they have then admitted that they're at fault. So, but I think we need to go and have a word. If push comes to shove, are you prepared to take this to court?
Yes, I would be,
Right.
actually. I think it's on a matter of principle more than anything else. I just don't like being messed around.
That will help me. That will help me enormously, that attitude, because my personal feeling, and you can never prejudge how things will go if they go to court.
Yeah.
But I'm just putting myself in the position of a judge sitting there in the small claims court, and there are you who, in good faith, has spent £289 with a good retailer, a reputable retailer, for a product that has only lasted you 2.5 years.
Yeah.
You've then gone out and had a report that, OK, it doesn't say explicitly at this stage that the product has failed because of a manufacturing component, but the very fact that they've talked about the compressor having gone, I mean, that's not something that you could have fiddled with or adjusted or broken yourself. Mm-hmm. So surely it is argued that the product comes with a compressor that is not of reasonable quality, has failed in an unreasonably short amount of time. You've spent £96 proving it. You want that back, plus you want reasonable settlement for the use that you have not had from your fridge freezer.
Yes, thank you.
So let me go and put that to them and see how they want to deal with it. Do they want to actually just do the right thing and to make that settlement to you now, or are they prepared to see you in the small claims court and to take things from there? Tara, can we get a bit of detail, please?
Oh, the word inherent.
Yeah, the word inherent. And to be honest, from that, I can tell which retailer we're talking about. It's one of three.
Yeah.
I don't want any indication at the moment on air, but I can tell it's one of three retailers that will have used the word inherent.
I'm going to pop it down on screen for you.
I don't think you need to. Yes, that's exactly who I knew. Yes, I knew it would be them. Kathy, can you leave it with me? I will go and have a word with them this afternoon for you. Ian wanted a glass panel electric towel rail. How smart. Well, it cost him just under £390, but 18 months in, something's happened to it.
About a month ago, turn it on, waiting for it to warm up, lovely. I've got no worries about the heat, it was fantastic. And all of a sudden, bang, it shattered for no reason whatsoever. And we looked at it, and there's a little black mark in the middle, obviously where something could have blown, and shattered it like a car windscreen. Glass dust everywhere on the floor. I contacted them with all the information, sent them pictures and everything, and they said this caused by a unit being knocked at some point, not necessarily recently, followed by a period of heating and cooling, causing the glass to expand. Like a chip in the car windscreen, unfortunately, this would not be covered by the manufacturer's warranty. That's what they said.
Well, I've been off to have a word with the retailer on Ian's behalf. How did I get on? Has it made any difference? Let's find out, because Ian's back on the JVS show. Hello, Ian.
Hello, Jonathan.
Good morning to you. So
Good morning.
I contacted this company, got through to a very nice lady who, to be honest, when she heard me on the other end of the phone calling from the BBC, she was a bit taken aback. And she said, oh, she said, well, you'll have to forgive me, but she said, we're all working from home at the moment. And I don't really know who would deal with something like this from the BBC. I said, well, look, as far as I'm concerned, I've heard Ian's side of the story. I'm not impressed that this product that you've sold him has not lasted for a very long amount of time. I fully recognise I've only had his side of the story. So, you know, if you have a different side of the story, I'm open to hearing it. But otherwise, something's going to need to be done for this customer. Well, she promised me that she was going to put this in the hands of someone who would be able to resolve the issue. And I gather they got straight on to you. What's going on, Ian?
Well, yeah, after I spoke to you on the radio, I finished work and I went to do some shopping, and about 4 o'clock pulling into a car park, phone went, and this nice young lady, I better not mention her name, but she was fantastic, and she said, we're very sorry, we'll offer you a radiator to the same equivalent, which I'll go on to that in a minute, or a full refund. So I thought, fantastic. So she sent me a couple of links to a website. I looked at some more towel rolls, but they weren't what we wanted, and they only went up to like £269 or something like that. Mm-hmm. So I had a word with the wife and sent them an email saying we would like a full refund, please. And that was it. And got up Saturday morning, and about 9:30, full refund into the account.
Wow!
Brilliant.
Well, they were keen to make this go away.
That was world record timing, I reckon.
Well, there are some times when, and to be fair to this company, I've never had a complaint against them before, and they didn't appear very geared up to dealing with speaking to someone like me, but that doesn't matter because what they've obviously done is they thought, right, okay, we need to sort this out, and that's great. They have. They've dealt with it brilliantly. So
yeah.
shall we thank them and give them my horn?
Oh, definitely, yeah.
I think so.
Can you give yourself the horn as well?
No, we don't do that. But just the knowledge that you'll have a nice unshattered towel rail on your bathroom wall very soon when you purchase one from somewhere else, that will be thanks enough.
Yeah, that's great.
Listen, I'm delighted. Any other problems, Ian, you know where we are. Michael decided to treat himself to a vanilla and coconut candle in a black glass jar. I know, living on the edge. Well, it cost him £3, but things didn't go to plan when he lit it.
Burning away quite happily, noticed that the wick was going off centre. And I thought, well, I know it can happen, it can wander and come back in again. But this thing apparently just kept on going towards the edge of the glass. And it had been burning for, a few hours. So I went downstairs, made myself a cup of tea. And as I was walking back up the stairs, I heard what sounded like glass breaking. So I asked my son, I said, have you just dropped a glass? He said, no, Dad. I said, OK, no problem. So I walked into the bedroom, and as I turned around and looked at the TV, I noticed that half of the glass jar had just exploded all over my countertop, which this large lump of piece of glass, it's about, 3 inches by 4 inches. So almost half the glass is just blown away. It's only £3, but I'm more concerned that the fact is that it's exploded.
Well, Michael contacted the retailer and made them aware of this all, but came to me because he said he didn't feel as if they were taking it particularly seriously. He's very worried that this may well be one of a faulty batch, and that other people may also have the same experience. They light the candle, all of a sudden there's a smash, and the whole glass jar breaks. Glass all over the place. Well, I went off to have a word with the retailer on Michael's behalf. I gather things have happened since we last spoke. Let's catch up. Hello, Michael.
Good morning.
Good morning. So, you and regular listeners, of course, will know that this company is Poundland. And I went off to speak to Poundland. They came back with this response initially. They said, we are obviously sorry about Michael's candle, but we can confirm we've had no other similar complaints. Our quality assurance team examined his photographs, and we believe the fact the candle was positioned on a slope caused by open drawers beneath resulted in uneven melting of the wax, which allowed the wick to drift to one side. We would urge people not to leave any candle unattended. When you heard that response, you were fairly furious because you said they'd already accused you of having left this candle on a wonky surface, and you'd made it very clear that although the drawers were open when you took the photo, the drawers being open did not mean that the surface this candle was sitting on was uneven. And you did all kinds of experiments and demonstrations to show them that that was the case. You said, don't blame me for this. And in fact, when you cut open the wax of the candle, you said it was very clear that the wick was not in the centre of the wax. It was running down one side. And that's why, it doesn't matter where you've put the candle. Once you've lit it, eventually the wick will go to the edge and you've then got the flame right up against the glass, puts too much intense heat on the glass, and that's what caused it to crack. Now, again, to come back to your central point, your worry throughout all of this, OK, we're only talking about a £3 candle, and thankfully, you weren't harmed, nothing was damaged in your property as a result of this, but your worry is that somebody else might go and buy a £3 fragrant candle from Poundland and have the same thing, and it might have worse consequences. So you wanted an assurance that they would definitely take it seriously, investigate, and make sure this wasn't going to happen to anyone else. Now, you've continued to liaise with Poundland. They came back to me and seemed to suggest that they didn't want to make any further comment for this programme. They were just anxious to deal with this matter with you directly. And things have now gone on, and things have, I gather, come to a bit of a head. What's going on now? What have they offered you?
Well, basically, number one, they're not very forthcoming with their emails. They don't acknowledge that they've received anything unless you keep pushing them. So the customer service isn't great, but that's beside the point.
They are a pound shop.
Yes, I'm aware of that, but that doesn't negate the fact that they should have some form of customer service. But they have sent me a voucher. Am I allowed to say how much it is or not?
Yes, I'd love you to.
Yeah. Well, basically, it's £10. So that's £4.10 or £4.20 for the postage and £3 for the candle, and then £1 something for a pat on the back to say sorry. So I'm not exactly going to retire on it, but what I'll do is I'm just going to give that to the kids and go and buy some sweets for it, because I'm not going to buy anything from there. It's totally put me off. I mean, I know it's a pound shop, I get that, but it's more the fact is that they said, oh yeah, we're sorry for what's happened and inconvenience, and we'll send you something. That's fine. It was never about the money anyway. But I just feel that was a bit of a slap in the chops, just to say here's £10 and it's be covering, my time and the postage. But as I say, it's done and dusted. I'm going to put it to bed. They said they've acknowledged it. They still don't accept that. They're not sure exactly what it is, but they've put it forward to the manufacturers. So that's as much as they can do. That's as much as I'm sure that they're prepared to do. So yeah, fine, we'll leave it. We'll put it under the rug and never to be done again. I think I'll go and buy some proper candles.
I mean, look, let's no. I mean, the serious side to it is that even though you're obviously, if you're going into a pound shop, you're not going to expect a pound shop to sell a diptyque candle. No. You recognise that you're getting a certain quality of candle, but it should still be safe. It should not be the case that when you go into a pound shop, you end up buying a candle where the glass smashes after you've had it on for a while. That's not acceptable. Now,
it's more the quality assurance that sort of, let's say, put the wind in me, because they were second guessing what the hell it was, and I just said, no, you can't blame a Sky TV box for causing the heat to do it. Then you blame the drawers being open, and I just said no, it's not possible. I mean, they're still not acknowledging the fact there's this dirty great big lump of hard wax that's in the middle of the candle. So you kind of they're barking up the wrong tree, really. So I just said,
I think the problem is obviously Poundland are saying to me that you're the only person that's complained. They have not had other customers complaining about this issue.
That's fine. I'll be happy with that.
And to be fair, I have not had other calls. Very often when we end up dealing with an issue where something has affected lots of people, we get phone calls from people saying, I had exactly the same thing, I bought this, I had the same thing happen to me. I haven't had a single call from anyone else who has said, I bought a fragrant candle from Poundland and the glass exploded as well. So therefore we must assume, based on that this is a one-off case. And
yes, maybe I'm the only one who bought a candle.
I
No one else has.
I presume other people must buy the candles because otherwise they wouldn't sell them. So, the other people must have. Maybe it was just very bad luck. Maybe your candle was the last one on the manufacturing line, and that's why the wick had come to the edge of it. I don't know. Maybe it was, it's just very bad luck, and all the other ones are great. Maybe you had a Friday afternoon candle.
Yes, that's pretty much what I was thinking. Friday afternoon candle. Yes,
well, let's hope so.
But yeah, I thank you for your help anyway, because I wasn't really getting very far with them.
Well, I want to know: do I thank Poundland and give them the horn or not?
Yeah, you might as well. Yeah, I'm feeling generous today. It's Monday.
Okay, all right. Well, they've given you the
Give
voucher.
them the horn, but yeah.
They've given you the voucher. They've also assured you that they've gone back to the manufacturer. Let's hope that in itself has just made people aware of the problem that you've had, and hopefully it won't happen to anyone else. And of course, my phone lines are always open if things do happen to people, and if you want to let me know and tell me your story, I'm always here to hear your story and to take it up with the company on your behalf. Michael, all the best to you. Gail purchased a king-size memory foam mattress in 2017. Well, it was lovely to start with, she said, but that didn't last long.
As time's gone on, it's become really, really hard, to the point that I've had to buy a new mattress because it became so hard and so uncomfortable that we just couldn't sleep on it. We were waking up and we were absolutely exhausted, and we were aching. And since we've got the new mattress, it's amazing. We're sleeping really well.
Well, Gail has already gone out and bought a new mattress, so she doesn't really want a replacement. But as the original mattress didn't last very long, she felt she was due some kind of refund. Well, I've been speaking to the company. Things are happening. Not necessarily what Gail wanted in the first place, but is it enough to satisfy consumer law? Well, let's find out, because Gail's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Gail.
Hello, good morning.
Hello, Gail. So, as you are aware, when I spoke to the company initially, they came back and they said this. It all sounded quite positive. They said, "Good afternoon. We are proactively working with the customer to review the product and then to help them out further once an assessment of it has been made. If there is a fault with the mattress, we need to identify any issues so we can resolve this for the customer." And indeed, when I caught up with you, you were quite happy because for the first time they'd agreed to send out someone independent to inspect the mattress to see if there was a problem with it. Yeah. When we last caught up, the chap had come out to have a look at the mattress and indeed confirmed there was a problem with it.
Yes.
It sounded from what he was saying, and this, as I've mentioned to you, and I'm sorry, but I don't like memory foam mattresses. It's a very kind of personal preference, what kind of mattress you like. I don't like memory foam mattresses. And what this guy said to you, to be honest, has put me off them even more. Because it sounds to me as if from the explanation he gave you, over the course of time, he was suggesting that memory foam kind of dries out. And as it dries out, it goes hard. And there is a level of acceptance for memory foam drying out and going more rigid, except your memory foam had dried out too much and gone too rigid.
Yes,
well,
that's it, yes.
I mean, it just puts me off even more. The only time I've ever slept on a memory foam mattress, it was like lying on a block of hard butter. It was horrible. But some people love it. They say, it's great because, it's not springy and you just kind of adapts and moulds to your body, but I don't like it at all. Anyway, so this guy who was independent came out and inspected. He then went back and reported to the company. The company has come back with this. It's quite a short response, but I presume they've communicated this to you. "We have been in contact with the customer further to the report, and we are now replacing the order." What have they said to you, Gail?
Yes, they did send an email saying that they were going to send a new mattress out. And I did go back to them. I did tell them originally, when I originally contacted the company, and all the way along I sent them an email saying, look, I'm going to have to purchase a new mattress, because I want to explain to them how uncomfortable it was, because no one wants to purchase a new mattress if they don't have to, unless it's lasted, a good few years, in my case anyway. And I just said that I'd prefer some of the money of the mattress back. As I said in my previous emails, I have purchased a new mattress already. And they didn't respond. So I knew I was coming on the show today. So I rang them on Friday just to say, have you got an update from my email? And I found them quite rude, actually. And the lady I've been speaking to was too busy to talk to me. But they said if I wanted a refund, I should have returned the mattress within 60 days of buying it. But I didn't know I was going to have a fault then. So I'm really not getting anywhere. And then
okay, the slight problem that we have is in terms of I can work with what you are entitled to. What I can't do, I can always request something from a company over and above what you're entitled to, but I can't demand it.
Yes.
Now, the company, in the event of them having sold you a product that is clearly not of reasonable quality and has not lasted for a reasonable amount of time, they have to do one of three things. They have to either repair the product, well, that's not going to be possible with this, replace the product, or offer you a pro rata refund taking into account the use that you've had from the product. Now, you like that last option. I completely get that. That would work best for you. But the retailer doesn't have to agree to that. As long as they are prepared to replace the product for you, that's all they have to do.
Yes, yeah.
So I guess what I'm saying to you is I'm more than happy just to contact them back and to say, look, the customer, as you should be aware from previous correspondence before I became involved, the customer felt they had no alternative but to go out and purchase another mattress because at the time they weren't hearing back from you. You didn't seem to be prepared at that stage to replace the mattress.
Yes.
And they felt they had no option but to go and buy another mattress because they need to get a good night's sleep.
Yes.
They now no longer require that mattress from you. So how about you offer a pro rata refund? But they don't have to agree to that.
Yes. Yes.
And if they say, well, sorry, but we've looked into it, we are happy to replace it, but I'm afraid that is the extent of our offer. That's all they have to do, and I can't force them to do any more. So if that is the case, you're going to have to do what you mentioned to me at the beginning when you first came to my programme. You did say if all we can get is a replacement, then you would give the replacement to, I think it was going to be your daughter.
Yes. I will. If you could go back, that would be really, really good. I'd really appreciate that. But if they do come back and say no, you have to have a mattress, then I will ask them for a single mattress for my daughter. Yes, if that's okay.
Okay. I mean, yeah. In theory, that shouldn't be a problem. Again, they don't have to do that for you. Right. All they have to replace it with is a like-for-like replacement, which would be the exact same mattress of the exact same size. Now, I can't understand why they would be difficult about that, because I would have thought a single mattress for them is cheaper than replacing it with a king-size mattress. But I don't know what kind of relationship they have with their supplier, and I don't know whether, their supplier would be prepared to do that or not. I tell you what, let me just see if I can... I'll twinkle my eyes and show them some leg and see what we can do for you. How about that?
That would be brilliant. Thank you very much.
That might have quite the reverse effect, to be honest, but there we go. I'll try. Patrick's on the line. Hello, Patrick.
Hello, Jonathan. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. I gather you have a consumer problem, something to do with your aunt. Tell me more without naming any company names, please.
Yes, my aunt has got a problem with a utility company, Jonathan. She was looking after my cousin and his wife at their house, so her bungalow was unoccupied, apart from putting the heating on, obviously, in the winter. Unfortunately, her son died last June. He was only 56.
Oh, how awful.
And it was a terrible state of affairs. But she's obviously still been paying for her utilities. And up till the 4th of January, she got a letter which her neighbour, who she had authorised to go and check the mail and that, rang me. She's in credit to the tune of £3,076.83. And ever since then, Jonathan, she asked me if I'd sort it out. I rang the company, who said you need a letter of authorisation, which I duly got my auntie to sign one, sent it off. And ever since then, all I've been getting is promise after promise after promise, and nothing's happened.
So let me just, and thank you very much indeed for that. Let me just kind of go back and get a little bit more detail. Your aunt then, who lives in a bungalow, she moved out of her bungalow and in with her son, because it sounds as if he was very poorly. Is that right?
Him and his wife were both not very good, Jonathan.
Right.
And this was for quite a time.
So how long was she, and had she moved in with them to look after both of them?
Yes. Although she's 87, Jonathan, and obviously it was a big struggle for her, but she's got a heart as big as a bucket, and she tries to do these things. So what do you do for your son? It's, your son and daughter-in-law, you do what you can.
Yeah. Well, she sounds like a lovely person, and I can understand why you're wanting to help her. So she moved in with her son and daughter-in-law, was looking after both of them. Her son sadly died last year.
He did.
How long had she been living with them at that point?
Well, I'd say probably a minimum of 3 years, Jonathan.
Oh, my word. Right, so this
It
was
was a long job, yes.
Oh, gosh, okay. And all that time, she had this bungalow, but was she... What was she doing? Was she paying a direct debit for her gas and electricity?
She was.
Okay, so all that time, the money's kind of...
standing order.
I see. But she wasn't living there. And am I to take it from the story that the bungalow is quite a way away from where she was living?
Probably. It's not too far, Jonathan. It's 6 or 7 miles. We used to go over... before my cousin became sort of really poorly, me and my wife and myself used to go over every couple of weeks and meet my auntie at her bungalow and see her, and take her back down to the other house where she was residing. But I say she did have the heating on, because obviously you don't want anything untoward to happen in that respect. But that was it. She was travelling backwards and forwards a bit, because her doctor is where her bungalow is. Right. And one of the neighbours down there very kindly ran her back there when she needed to go.
So she was sometimes staying in the bungalow, but not very often?
She wasn't sleeping in the bungalow at all, Jonathan.
No, but she was going there, calling into the bungalow.
She was going there to make sure things were okay.
Okay, fine. And all the time she's paying her direct debit for her gas and electricity. And do you know if any meter readings were given to the gas or electricity company during that period?
Jonathan, they asked for a meter reading shortly after I rang up to revise things, which I told them, which I gave them, and it came down to £2,900.39. That was on the 18th of January.
How much was she paying on the monthly direct debit?
Jonathan, I'm not 100% sure. I think it was something in the region of £100 and odd, but they've we'll get to something else. I'll tell you this. There is another story to it, but she just I didn't realise she was still paying that much on it. I'll be perfectly honest with you. Right. It came as quite a shock to me when I found out she was this much in credit.
Okay, so it would appear that whatever has happened, she's run up a whole load of credit on the account. In other words, she's paid the gas and electricity company money for electricity and gas that she hasn't actually used because she's not really been living there. And she, I presume, would quite like that money back.
Exactly. And that's what I've been asking for, Jonathan.
Well, why haven't they paid her?
Jonathan, I've asked. I haven't got all the exact dates, but if I can give you a quick little summary of the story. I rang when my auntie, when they said you need to get a letter of authorisation, it was sent off. So they said, right, it'll be in your auntie's account within 7 to 10 days. It wasn't.
How long ago was that?
Pardon?
How long ago was that?
That was beginning of February.
Okay, fine.
And then that happened again. And then Jonathan, the one thing I can remember is I spoke to someone at the utility company, and they said, if you get another meter reading, we can get it through. So I rang my auntie's neighbour. He went in and read the meter. Then it came back again. We gave them a reading. Right, that will be it. That will definitely be in your auntie's account by the 24th of March. It duly wasn't. I rang again and spoke to someone else at the utility company. They said 7 to 10 days, and we'll phone you. We'll give you a call to confirm it's gone in. It never went in. Then I rang again a couple of weeks later.
Is she now... I get the gist. Is she now living back in her bungalow?
She is, Jonathan.
Right, okay. I mean, the only thing... We need to make sure that whatever payment she's given, and it sounds as if she's owed a lot of money, but whatever she is given, we need to make sure that it's not going to then suddenly throw her into them asking for huge direct debits every month because she hasn't got any kind of buffer. Because as you will know, the reason for paying a direct debit on your gas and electricity is that you pay more during the summer months to build up a bit of credit that you then use for the winter months. So you're paying across the whole year, and it means that in the winter months you're not suddenly having to pay big bills. So we need to make sure that, we're not taking all the money out of her account, and she's therefore got no buffer at all, unless that's something she particularly wants. But of course, just bear in mind that may well mean that her direct debit will go up.
Jonathan, on the 18th of January, or the 13th, I think, of January, when I got the thing come through with a credit of 2,939, I even said to them, look, send a refund of 2,750. That'll leave her a bit in there to, like you say, a buffer.
Yeah, sounds sensible.
But we just cannot get any joy whatsoever. And then, Jonathan,
ridiculous.
if I can very quickly tell you, then the straw that broke the camel's back was last week. I rang to put them on notice that I was coming to you, and the person I spoke to at the utility company said, there's not a letter of authorisation here. I can't speak to you about the account.
Okay.
And I said, well, I've spoken to 6 or 7 people.
Right. We will probably require an email or a letter from your aunt in order to be able to deal with this on her behalf. Okay? Is it going to be possible to get that to us?
I can get a letter to you, Jonathan. Obviously, she's 87. She don't know a lot about emails, nor do I. I'm nearly 75.
Right. Okay.
So
is there any chance that you could scan in a letter and email it to us just to speed the process up?
Jonathan, I really don't know. The problem we've got, Jonathan, is I live 20 odd miles away from my auntie.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit of a thing, but I could.
Well, look, I want to find the easiest way of doing this, but obviously I want to get cracking on it as soon as possible. I know that the electricity and gas company will not divulge any information to us whatsoever without a letter of authority.
So I'll go and get one from my auntie.
So
then
the
and get
sooner
it
we can
scanned
get
over,
that, yeah. And what that needs to say, it needs to be written by your auntie, and it needs to say, I, and then her name, give, then the electricity or gas company's name, permission to discuss my ongoing complaint with Jonathan Vernon Smith at the BBC. And then it needs to be signed by herself, okay?
Thank you very much, Jonathan.
Is that something the neighbour could help with?
I would say so, yes.
Great. Well, the sooner we can get that, the better.
Jonathan,
Yeah.
sorry, could you quickly, while I jot this down now, it needs to be...
So it needs to say, she needs to put her name and address at the top if possible. Is she going to write this by hand, do you think?
Yes.
Okay. So tell her to put her name and address at the top right-hand corner.
Right.
Put the date. And then say, to whom it may concern.
To whom...
Maybe we can dictate this to you off air. I think that's probably the best bet. Let's do that off air. Tara, can I please pass Patrick back?
You can.
Patrick, I need to have a chat with Tara in just a second, but have your pen and paper ready because we'll just give you that letter of authority, what you need to write down in just a second, okay?
Thank you so much, Jonathan.
Hang on there, and I promise you I'll get on to that company for you this afternoon. Do you remember Maureen? She was given a gift card by her son. This was in 2017. The gift card was for 50 quid. So fairly recently, she realised it was running out and she'd better hurry up and use it.
Quite visibly states on the front of the card that the expiry date is 0421. Being somebody that doesn't just go and spend something because I've got it to spend, I buy things when I need them. However, I realised it was running out of date and went to spend it, and there is no money on it. So I rang the company and asked them, and they said, well, there's no money on it. Well, how come there's no money on it? Because I haven't spent anything. And apparently they charge you £2 a month every month you don't use it.
Yeah, it's a bit cheeky, this, really, isn't it? Maureen says that she had no idea this was the case. She's even purchased these gift cards herself for family members, and she wasn't aware that you needed to do this, although she did admit that on the back of the card, in tiny lettering, it does state that this will be the case, and they will indeed, after a period of time, they will start charging £2 a month from the card, and they will continue to take that £2 a month until the full balance has disappeared. And unfortunately, that's exactly what had happened to Maureen's card. There was nothing left on it. Well, it's a bit smelly, really, isn't it? I went off to have a word with the company on Maureen's behalf. She's back on the JVS show. Hello, Maureen.
Hello, Jonathan. Good afternoon.
Hello to you. Now, I was a bit worried because, as I mentioned to you last time, when I looked this company up, it would appear that they have stopped providing these cards in the UK. However, the company that was behind them still seems to very much be around. So I contacted them, I sent over the detail, and I said, what's going on? They've come back with a response that, to be honest, doesn't give an awful lot of information, apart from the fact that they say they've been, as a result of my communication with them, they say they've been in direct communication with you. Yes, and if I'd like to chat to you, you should now be a much happier bunny. What's gone on?
I am a much happier bunny. They have been in touch. They emailed me twice. Mm-hmm. And then I actually spoke to somebody, and they have sent me a replacement card.
Right.
But I do have to say, it's the same card.
Is it?
Yeah, they've not discontinued it at all. The only thing that has changed is the supplier is different. The credit supplier is different.
Okay, and does it still say on the card that after a period of time they will start charging £2 a month?
It does.
Yeah. I mean, what seems...
It's 6 months this time, not 7 months.
Oh, right, okay. So what's interesting is, and this is just something for everyone to be aware of with these kinds of... They're like a prepayment credit card, gift card.
Yes, yes.
The original card that you were given, and this does go back a few years, it says expiry date 0421.
Yeah, quite clearly on the front in bold print.
That's right. So if you receive one of those cards, you'd have a look at the front of the card and you'd think, oh, that's okay, I've got till April 2021 to use it. Put it in the drawer, and I presume the company would quite like you to forget about it, because what it then states on the back of the card in tiny lettering is that of 6 months or 7 months after the date of purchase of that card, it then starts charging you £2 a month when you haven't used the card.
Yes,
so
that's
in
correct.
the hope, anyone who's stuck it in a drawer and not used it will start having to pay that company £2 for the privilege of having the card sitting there in the drawer.
Yes.
And that, it would appear, is part of the business model. Mm-hmm. So it sounds to me as if they've sorted it out for you, and you've now got... Is it the full 50 quid that you'd originally been given by your son?
Yes, it is.
Right. Please use it.
I will.
Use it quickly.
I've got a few lockdown pounds put on, so I'll maybe go and have a shopping spree.
Oh, a few... What, you mean a few lockdown pounds around the old midriff?
Yes, yes.
Oh, dear. What are you going to go and buy then? You know, Lycra, dumbbells?
No.
Skipping rope?
Well, maybe that might be an idea.
well, maybe. Depends how much you put on. Your poor knees would take a beating. Well, listen, are we going to thank this company then and give them the horn?
Yeah.
Look, we will,
Yes,
because
they've dealt with it really well, I suppose.
Yeah,
they've dealt with it a lot easier, though, in the first instance, but there you go.
they've given you the 50 quid, and you've now got that.
I have.
And I'm very grateful to you for coming to my programme, because what it does is it just gives me an opportunity just to reiterate for anyone listening to the programme, if you're given a prepayment credit card as a gift card, check to see what the terms are on the back of it. Because the chances are, even if the expiry date is a few years in the future, the chances are if you leave that card sitting in a drawer, you'll find there's nothing left on it by the time you come to use it, which is exactly what happened to Maureen.
Exactly.
I'm pleased it's sorted. I will thank them for giving you the 50 quid. Maureen, any other problems, you know where I am.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Sure. Well, I was listening to you actually on the radio a couple of months ago saying how great you found the service of having earwax removed from your ears.
Microsuction.
Yes. And I thought, oh, that sounds good. And it kind of coincided with my son. He's 15. My son telling me through lockdown that he was forever talking to me and I couldn't hear him, and that I must have a problem with my ears. So I thought, oh, well, you know, Jonathan thinks having earwax removed is good. Maybe I'll look down that route. So I found a local company who could come to your house, and I booked an appointment for the 10th of April to have any wax that I had in my ears removed. On the 10th of April, 2 ladies came round. They gowned up, they set their equipment up, they put whatever instrument it is that they put in the ear in my right ear, and one of the ladies said it was completely clear of wax. And then the other lady put the same instrument in my left ear and said that was also completely clear of wax. So they left the house within 7 minutes of arriving. The service cost me £60, and they advised me that I should go to one of the high street hearing centres and actually go and get my ears tested as the next sort of step. So I made an appointment for 9 days later on the 19th of April. And I went to a high street hearing centre, and the audiologist put the instrument in my left ear, and she said it was partially full of wax and obscuring the ear canal. And I said, oh my goodness, I've only had an appointment 9 days ago to have wax removed, and they told me my ears were completely free of wax, both of them. I said, could this have accumulated in sort of 9 days? And she said, absolutely not. So I came home, I had the hearing test. She said my hearing was, I'm 48, she said my hearing was what she would expect for a 48-year-old. There were a few tones that I couldn't hear, but on the whole, I didn't need any further steps, and that my hearing was okay. So I texted the company that came around to me the week before, and I said to them, following obviously my appointment, you told me that my ears were completely clear of wax. However, I've now had a hearing appointment, and the audiologist has told me that my left ear was partially filled with wax and obscuring the ear canal. I hope you can advise. And the company messaged back and said, it's possible that you started to have a build-up of wax. It's partially filled, so it's your choice. Are you affected by it? Any hearing difficulties, etc., etc.? So I messaged back and said, actually, the audiologist said it would be impossible for that wax to have built up in the week since my appointment with you. And, you know, as to whether I'm affected by it, I said, obviously, I contacted you in the first place as I believed I was having hearing issues. However, I was tested yesterday and my hearing was fine, but I don't know what I'm supposed to say or do. I've never had my ears looked at in 48 years, and that it's all new to me. I then didn't hear anything for sort of a day and a half. So I texted the company again and I said, I'm very disappointed that I've not sort of had a response from you in 30 hours. I then had a response, and obviously I won't go into their personal details, but it kind of said that both the ladies that had come to my house were both otherwise occupied in hospital, one local, one a bit further away. But she said, when we examined your ears, they were totally free from wax. Whatever's happened after that is nothing we can advise for. What you need to do now is go to your GP. Whatever help you need, you've not made it very clear to us at all. And I will not be answering in any given time frame now due to the situation I'm currently dealing with.
What?
So Yeah, so I then messaged back again and I've just said, okay, I've decided now what I need to do and I will try and make it as clear as I can because obviously she'd said I hadn't been very clear before. So I went on to explain that I've never had any issues with my ears for 48 years. I've never once had them looked at, never had them syringed, never treated them with oil. In fact, I was really honest in saying for 40 years, all I've ever done is clean my ears with cotton buds every day. And I know that's not advisable.
Oh, no, that's bad.
No. And I used to be a swimmer and I don't like the feel of water in my ears. So it's just a habit I've always got into. So, you know, I kind of expected when they came round, they would say, yes, you know, you've got a massive build-up of wax because you've been using cotton buds for 48 years. Anyway, I went on to say, you know, it's ridiculous to suggest that the build-up of wax has occurred within the 7 days of you telling me it was completely clear of wax. The audiologist has also confirmed this is not possible. So what I proposed to them, which I kind of thought was a really fair to both of us, I'd been advised by my mum, actually, that the local high street store charges £35 to syringe one ear. I've since found out it's actually more than that, but that's irrelevant. That's my fault for not getting the correct
syringe or
information.
microsuction?
I don't know which one. What I do know is that where my mum paid £35 to have one done, they now charge £55 for both, or they don't charge you if there's no wax. But I said to these nurses, I think the fairest solution is for you to refund £35 of the £60 that I paid you so that I can get that one ear syringed. And I then went on to say, obviously, I understand you're both dealing with other issues at the moment, so I'll sort of give you 3 days to refund that money to me, after which time you'll leave me with no choice but to pursue you for a full refund. I then had one further message off them, which says, we've received your text. It's not our responsibility to pay for your ear that you're going to have syringed. When we checked your ears, they were both clear. We pay for a whole, I think she means we charge, but she said we pay for a whole service, a whole package of services, and the fact you haven't got any earwax and you still haven't got anything affecting your hearing actually dictates that paying and having them syringed just because someone told you there was wax, but it's not affecting your hearing. I wouldn't have gone ahead and booked that purely because you're introducing more problems having it syringed. Obviously, if you feel the need to take this further, that's entirely up to you, but we will not be doing a refund. So that's where I am. You know, to the best of my knowledge, the audiologist has told me it's not possible that build-up occurred within 9 days. And I paid these ladies £60 to come to the house and provide that service for me. So now we're at a standoff, really.
Well, it's just ridiculous. I mean, this is a classic example of how not to run a business. Because, I mean, it's so foolish to allow a situation like this to get to this point. What they should have done, if it was my company, what I would have done to you when you contacted me to say, you know, I'm not very happy, I've had this check, and in fact they found that there is wax, I would have said, I'm really sorry to hear that. Obviously, we would like to get to the bottom of what's gone on. What I'm going to do is send someone else out to inspect your ears. And if indeed we find there is wax in there, then of course we will clean that out without any cost to you whatsoever. And in fact, we'll give you a refund for what we charged you previously. However, if when we come out and have a look at your ear, we find there is no wax, well, obviously our original decision to have charged you will stand. That's what I would have done, rather than just disbelieving you. And it's complete nonsense that within 9 days an ear would suddenly go from having been completely clear of wax to suddenly half full of wax. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Yeah. And, you know, when I sent the initial text, it was to get advice in the hope that they would say, you know, we will come back.
Yeah. It's no skin off their nose, is it? Just to get somebody to go back. Maybe even next time they're in the area, you know, if next time they're calling into someone else, to call in to see you. And at that point, they're able to satisfy themselves as to whether or not the original person that came out might have made a mistake, or whether it was quite right and whether you're just trying it on.
Yeah.
But to allow it to get to this stage is ridiculous.
Yeah. There are only 2 of them in the company, and they did both come out on that appointment. So there wouldn't have been an option of sending anyone else from the company because it's just a 2-man band. But yeah,
well, that's interesting.
I thought they would have come back. Yeah.
Okay. Now, have you got something in writing from the audiology company you went to have a hearing test with that states that your left ear was partially full of wax?
I did ring them back. When I realised that the only route I had to go down now was to contact yourselves, I rang them back and I spoke to their receptionist and I said, could you just tell me, was that put on my notes on the day? And she confirmed that, yes, on the day the audiologist had said the left ear was partially blocked with wax and obscuring the ear canal.
Can they just email you a copy of those notes?
I'm sure I can ask them to, yeah.
I think that would be very useful. If we've got something in writing that shows that they did indeed find your left ear was half full of wax, then that's very useful information. Well, what a great shame you had this experience, because had they cleaned out your left ear, as indeed I've had this microsuction before, and it is absolutely wonderful. The only thing I would say is, did they not tell you to put in any eardrops before they came out to you?
They told me to put oil in my ear twice a day, which I did. Yeah.
Fine. Okay, I was going to say, because you normally, and in fact, sadly, I haven't had my ears done for a while because I always have it done in Argentina because it's so cheap. You know, it costs about 20p to have it done in Argentina as opposed to 60 quid here. Although, to be honest, £60 is quite a good price to have someone come out to your house for both ears. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, you normally put the drops in. And then, of course, because of the job I do all day and I've got headphones on all day, I get a build-up of wax and then you just go... In fact, there's a video. Have you ever seen the video I put on my Twitter?
No. I'll have a look.
I tell you what, I'll find it again for you. I'll retweet it of me having my ears done. And it's absolutely wonderful. And it's just, you go from... It's one of those things when you have your ears cleaned out, you go from suddenly not realising how deaf you were to thinking, I can hear the birds in the trees. Oh, it's lovely. I just heard someone cough 20 miles away. It's that kind of wonderful feeling of suddenly being able to hear. It is really nice. Tara's looking at me in a very confused state.
Oh, Tracy, that video is like a horror movie. Don't watch it.
Oh, dear.
It's lovely having it done, and they're always so nice. And I don't speak very good Spanish, and they don't speak a word of English, but they always seem to look down in my ear and... Ooh, they're normally horrified. They normally come out with something along the lines of, oh, yes, there's a lot of wax.
I had mine done at the hospital. This was quite a long time ago, and they were doing all the suction and all the noises were going on, and I thought, this is brilliant, and I could hear better afterwards. And then, because I like to just see what's going on and how the whole process works, I said, can I have a look at what's been collected? So anyway, they took a little cloth off this large jar.
I'm sorry for anyone having 11s.
And I had a look in, and I couldn't believe how much was in there.
Tara!
And I said, oh my goodness, has this all come from my ear?
Oh.
And he said, no, I've seen about 20 people today. Oh,
Ugh.
I was looking at everyone else's.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Some were strange colours.
Oh, please, right, OK, let's move on. Look, what I'll do, I'll pass you back to Sarah, we'll get some detail, we'll go and have a little word and we'll see if we can get this sorted out, OK? Now, one of Chino's friends was getting married back in his home of Senegal. He wanted to send a gift to her, so he sent some money over on March the 1st.
I used one of these money transfer agencies to do so. How it was going to work is I was going to deposit the money to them, and then she would have the option to either go pick it up, that's as in cash, or the money would be transferred to a mobile wallet. I sent £200. According to them, well, from what I read at least, if you send it via this system that we use, which is the mobile wallet, the person received the money straight away. So when I did it, I called the person who's supposed to receive the money. I asked them, have you received this amount? They were like, oh, no. I was like, oh, what's going on? I looked into because I used the app for them. I looked in there and then they said the money is in transit.
Well, yes, it didn't arrive. So Chino ended up sending in another £200 using the same company, but this time not using the mobile wallet option. And apparently that money was received straight away, which is fantastic because at least he was able to give the gift he wanted to give. However, he's now £200 worse off, and he wants the original £200 back, please. Well, I've been off to have a word with the company. Interesting developments on this. Chino's back on the JVS show. I'm hoping he can tell us more. Chino, good morning to you.
Good morning, JVS.
When I contacted the company and they went off and investigated, they came back with this very short response. They said that the amount of £200 was deposited successfully into the receiver's bank account on the 3rd of April 2021.
Okay.
Has your friend been in touch to say that she's now received the other 200 quid in her account?
She hasn't received nothing as I'm speaking to you right now, matter of fact.
What, she hasn't received anything still?
She hasn't received nothing.
Well, this is very strange. Because they are saying that they have investigated and that money was definitely deposited in her bank account on the 3rd of April.
Well, that's what they kept telling me as well. They kept telling me the money has been successfully deposited. But anytime I speak to the person, they tell me nothing is in there. And if they go to the agency that actually owns the mobile wallet company, they say they don't know nothing about this transfer. So that's where I was getting the confusion at.
And I know this is an awkward question to ask, but I'm just going to come straight out with it. Do you 100% trust your friend that if she had received the other 200 quid, she would tell you?
Oh, yeah, she wouldn't play around with that. She wouldn't. She would tell me straight away that the money, she has received it, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I have no doubt about her telling me that she received the money.
Well, we now need to prove it. So okay. I think what you're going to have to do is go back to her and explain the fact that the company are insistent that the money was deposited into her account on the 3rd of April.
Okay.
And can you please ask her for a copy of her bank statement for the week before the 3rd and the week after the 3rd? So a 2-week period around the time of the 3rd of April, so we can see every single transaction in and out of her account on that during that 2-week period. Do you think she'd be prepared to send that to you?
I'll go on and ask her and see what she says.
Because if we have a copy of the bank statement and it clearly shows that the money hasn't gone through, then of course it puts me in a very strong position to be able to go back to them and say, well, look, I'm sorry that your records are showing that this was deposited in her account, but as you can see, it wasn't deposited in her account, so where is the money? But I think without that, we are going to struggle to just get them to give you 200 quid back, because as far as they're concerned, they did indeed pay that £200 into her account.
Yeah, that's fair, to be honest, that's fair.
Yeah? Can you go and ask her for that copy of the bank statement? And
I will do so, but also, sorry to cut you off, but what I've asked them is because this system should be really simple forward, if that makes sense. So the money should be seen just the same way it's going to get picked up. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm trying to say is, can they at least clarify where they've deposited the money? Because if it's in her account, it wouldn't even there wouldn't be even ifs about it. It would be there straight away. So,
but they say it is there. They say reference number, and they give me the reference number, was deposited successfully to the receiver's bank account on the 3rd of the 4th, 2021.
Okay.
They are adamant that that money was paid through. Now, what we now need to do is we need to find out the truth. We need to find out, are they right? And actually, has your friend made a mistake? She just didn't notice that that money had gone into her account? Or is it the case that regardless of whatever it's showing up on their system, that money did not ever go into her bank account? But the only way we're going to be able to do that is with the proof of her bank statement showing transactions in and out of her account over that 2-week period.
Yeah, I'll do so. I'll go and speak to her and get those information.
Yeah. I mean, I think what you need to do is just explain to her that you're having a bit of a nightmare with the company. They don't at this stage believe that she hasn't received the money because as far as they're concerned, they paid the money. So can she help you out by sending you a copy of the bank statement, just covering that 2-week period, so you can go back and argue it out with them?
Yeah, okay, I'll do so, yeah.
Yeah? All right.
Yeah.
Well, I'll leave that with you. Please come back to me, Chino, and if necessary, I will go back with that evidence and argue to them that, obviously something's gone wrong from their end.
Okay, no worries. I'll speak to her and then I'll get back to you as soon as I can.
Fine. Okay, thank you, Chino. I'll talk to you very soon. Good luck. Now, look, Vanessa came to me. Vanessa was having lots of work done in her garden. New decking, nice new patio, and some play bark for her son's play area.
The play bark, was delivered in December, mid-December, and I hadn't really been out in the garden until the end of February. And when I was looking at it, this rubber play bark, it's red in colour, so it comes in different colours. Well, ours like a burgundy red colour. And I noticed white patches all over the top surface of this play bark, and I thought initially that it was, birds had gone over and made a bit of a mess.
Pooped on it, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. But when I looked at it closely, it's not that, because it's just affecting each piece of, little pieces of paper, and it's just going white all around the edges, all on the top surface.
Well, Vanessa got in touch with the company to find out what was going on. They said, well, can we see some photos? Vanessa sent the photos over. The company then apologised and offered her a discount off a future purchase, but to be honest, she wasn't happy with that. She felt this play bark should have lasted for a reasonable amount of time. She mentioned to me that she was thinking about 8 years, and as she'd only had it for a few months, she felt very let down. Well, I went off to have a word with the company on Vanessa's behalf. Let's find out what the latest is, because she's back on the JVS show. Hello, Vanessa.
Hello, Jonathan.
So you will recall when I went to speak to the company, they came back and said, we've explained to Vanessa that she'd placed the order on the 27th of November 2020, and our returns policy, if not satisfied, is to return the product back to us within 14 days, which was extended to 30 days due to COVID. In this instance, we are more than happy to make an exception to investigate the issue with the product and issue the customer with a refund. We do require the product to be sent back to us in its original packaging to investigate the issue further. Please note the material is a recycled rubber aggregate made from recycled car tyres. The product is coloured in batches, and having traced the batch report for this particular consignment, there appeared to be no issues noted and no further instances of complaints from other customers. Lastly, we had already issued the customer with a £50 refund on this order on the 7th of December due to a slight delivery delay, again due to COVID. If the customer is able to repackage the product to a pallet and return it to us, we'll issue a refund upon investigation. Well, to be honest with you, I mean, the prospect of having to shovel up 2 great big bags full of this rubber bark all over the garden, putting it into some kind of package, getting pallets, organising for a courier company to send it all the way back to this company. I mean, it was just completely unrealistic. It wasn't something that could be done. So I went back to them again and said, well, look, how about Vanessa can't do that because she's spread the play bark all over her garden. So how about she sends some of the offending pieces of rubber back to you so that you can investigate. And then if you find out that the bark is in fact faulty, there is a problem with the manufacturing process, which means the colour is coming off the bark, then you give her a refund. Well, they came back with a counter offer. They said, as per our email dated 9th of April, I agree it would be good to receive a sample of the product back to address the issue at hand. However, please note, for us to issue a full refund, as Vanessa appears to be dissatisfied with the product, we would need to receive the product back, as is the norm with any consumer goods. If I can propose the following, he went on to say. Vanessa paid a total of $469.99 for 2 bulk bags. We sell an uncoloured product for $159.99 per bag. This would have a total of £319.98 for 2 bags. That's a total difference of £150 and 1 penny. We would be happy to refund her a total of £100, and she can then retain the product. So I presume that's the £100 plus the 50 that they'd already given you previously for the delay. That seems to be their argument. Now, you were going to have a think about it and have a talk to your other half. What's the latest, Vanessa? What's going on? What have you decided to do?
Yeah, I mean, I think the last time we spoke, it's kind of, we're not going to send it back. That's going to be really difficult to do and actually probably costly on my part. So I think we have to accept it. But we never received any money because the money was sent to the gardener because he purchased it on our behalf. But
did he not pass that money on?
No, he didn't. We didn't realise. I have spoken to him recently and he said it was a delivery charge, but I've looked again and it wasn't a delivery charge. There was no delivery charge and it was included in the price. So I think we'd accept the refund, and I'm assuming that the company would have to send it back to him because he was the one that made the purchase, and we'd have to receive that money back from him.
Well, yeah, but I mean, why did he not give you the previous refund then?
We wasn't aware until you.
No, I know that, but why didn't he do it?
Because he never told us. I never knew until you made contact with the company, and then they said,
I understand that, but why did the gardener not phone you up and say, hey, you know that play bark I ordered for you? They've given us a refund of 50 quid, so I'll pass that on to you.
Yeah, well, I wish he had done, but he didn't.
So did he just keep it?
Yeah, he kept it, yeah.
Well, is he going to give it to you now?
He hasn't said that he would, because he said that it was for delivery of the play bark. But the refund was because of the delivery, and there was a delivery charge, which I've found out that.
Yeah, but who paid for the delivery, and who was affected by the fact that there was a delay in the delivery?
He was affected by the delivery because he had a person here waiting for the bark to be delivered.
Well, okay, but I mean, it would have been nice if he'd had that conversation with you to say, look, just to let you know, I have managed to get a bit of a discount, but I'm going to use that to cover that member of staff who waited around all day. Is that okay with you?
It would have been a courtesy, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Well, I think, look, I mean, he ultimately is the customer. The gardener is the customer. So I think based on that previous experience, you're going to have to say to the gardener, look, we have agreed with the play bark company that they're going to give us £100 back. It may well come to you if you receive it. Are you okay to just transfer that money straight over to us, please?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'd be expecting to do. Yeah.
Right, and I presume he'll be okay with that.
I hope so. Otherwise, I guess we'll have another conversation, won't we? But yeah, I would expect him to, because I know that money's coming back to him, and I'd expect him to get that back to us because there's no reason for him to keep that refund. Well, no, I would hope not. Have you had dealings with the gardener before? We have. He's been around recently because he's going to do some touch-ups. So yeah, we were in contact with him. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess the alternative is, and have you yet communicated with the play bark company to agree to that offer or not? No, I hadn't. Not until we had a conversation today. Well, I tell you what I'm going to do. I will go back to them and say that you and I have had the conversation and you're happy to accept that. It sounds from their response as if they do still want a sample of the faulty bits of rubber, which I presume you're happy to send them. I mean, just absolutely. shove it in a normal envelope and send that to them, so they can at least just ascertain that the colour has indeed come off. What I'll do is I will say, obviously we understand that the play bark was originally purchased by the gardener who was doing the landscaping job. However, the refund should be due to you. Are they prepared to just make the check out to you personally, or to transfer the money into your bank account rather than putting it back to their original customer? Let's just see if we can persuade them to do it that way, and we cut out the gardener then. If they turn around and say, well, no, sorry, but we're only prepared to refund that money to our customer, the customer that we have a contract with, well, obviously you're going to then have to try and get it out of your gardener. But if I can try and circumvent that potential slightly awkward problem in the future, I think that would be better, wouldn't it? Yeah, I mean, I think it's likely that the colour's not coming off the rubber per se, it's coming off the fibres that, I don't know, the fibres that are in the rubber that keep the tyres together when they've separated them. So I think the colour that is coming off is not the rubber exactly, it's the fibres that keep the rubber together. But, well, the photos that you sent over, the photos that I've seen, show white bits on that rubber. Now, whether that's the fibre or not, you were not expecting that there were going to be white bits all coming through on the rubber play bark. No. So, I think just send some bits over with plenty of the white stuff on it. That's all you need to do. Okay? Yeah, I will do. Yeah, I absolutely will do that. If you can get I'll do that in the next couple of days. And, so two things.
you're going off to send that back to them. You're also going to have a potentially interesting conversation with the gardener. I'm going to go and have a word with them and confirm that you're happy to do that. You're going to send it back to them, and if possible, can they please pay you rather than the gardener?
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Oh, Vanessa.
I know,
Honestly.
I'm making it complicated, aren't I?
What a palaver. Well, it's not you. I mean, it's just one of those things that becomes a palaver. But let me go and have a word with them and see what we can do. Miriam purchased a 4-door American-style fridge freezer in the middle of 2018. It cost just under 900 quid. A few months down the line, Miriam noticed there was an issue with it.
Christmas time of 2018, I started to notice that the doors continuously closed at great speed. I found it very difficult to hold them open, to either wash the fridge or to load it with anything or to put anything in. I'd have to hold the doors open, literally, with my bar stools. They're both open now. That's them both closing. You wouldn't let a child go to the fridge to take something out.
Well, Miriam tried to contact the retailer and the manufacturer in early 2019, but was getting nowhere. Eventually, the manufacturer contacted her on social media and put her in touch with a repair firm who would come round to have a look at the doors, but they wanted 180 quid for it. Well, Miriam wasn't happy with that. She said that, as far as she's concerned, the doors were shutting too violently. They should not close as quickly as they were. She said if a child was to go and get something out of the fridge freezer, she said that these doors shut so vigorously it could knock a child out. And she really did not see why she should have to pay for the doors to be adjusted. Well, we've been off to have a word with both the retailer and the manufacturer. Miriam is back on the JVS, you know. Hello, Miriam.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hello, Miriam. Tara has a slightly weary look on her face because we've been speaking to the manufacturer and the retailer. The manufacturer, to cut a long story short, they did send someone out who tried some kind of Heath Robinson fix on it by shoving some wood at the back of it to lift the whole thing forward. That didn't solve the problem at all. It kind of did with one of the doors, but even so, you don't want your fridge freezer leaning forward. So in the end, the retailer said, look, OK, we'll just replace it. We'll replace the fridge freezer for a new one. Now, that wasn't ideal for you because you really liked the old one and you can't get hold of the new one now. So it wasn't ideal, but you went along and you'd chosen what we thought was the best option. Now, Tara, I'm presuming that Miriam's here with great news, so why have you got that slightly weary look on your face?
That is the face I was born with, you cheeky monkey. No, it's true, because on Friday we were really hopeful that Miriam was going to have something and it was going to be all shiny and new for the weekend. But I spoke to Miriam on Friday and things weren't looking as good as they potentially could have done, were they, Miriam? What was going on?
Well, unfortunately, the water tank in the door, one of the doors, wasn't connecting up to the lever of the water on the outside of the door.
And this was the new machine, so you'd had a delivery from the retailer.
Brand new fridge freezer, everything was new. The fridge freezer's great, the doors stay open. But it was the water tank. It wasn't connecting up to the tank, the lever on the front of the door. So the lady at the retailers, they rang me just to sort of see how everything was, and I explained what had happened, and she said, look, don't worry, we'll send an engineer out. I thought, okay, that's great. When can you do that? She said, we'll send an engineer out on Saturday between 9 and 1. I said, fine, that's fantastic. I don't think it's a major problem. We can't click the plastic water container in. It tells us to clip. No, you push it in and you hear a click. Well, we didn't want to keep pushing because it's only plastic. So it was left for Saturday between 9 and 1. Saturday morning at 7 o'clock in the morning, my doorbell's going frantically, and I thought, what the hell's this? So I rushed downstairs.
Time?
7 a.m. in the morning.
Right.
So I go downstairs, open the door, thinking it was a delivery of some sort, and I looked at him, and he looked at me, and I said, can I help you? He said, we're here from the retailer. I said, right, to do what? He said, to fix the tank. I said, but you're not meant to be here until between 9 and 1. Well, you're the first job on my list. Oh. So I thought, well, I can't say no, because I don't know what level of experience you have. So I said, come in, we'll see if we can fix it. So I gave him the water tank. He looked at me as though does she not understand how a water tank works? So he opened the fridge door, pushed it in, and looked at me, and I said, but you've now got to put water in that and then push the lever on the door, which doesn't doesn't come out, the water. He said, well, I'm only the delivery driver. I thought, I don't believe this. I really don't. So he then left. I then emailed the retailer because she wanted an update.
Well, hang on. Did he not try and do what you'd said?
No, he didn't put no water in the tank at all.
Right.
Not at all. So
there are some days when I don't like to get drenched in water, so perhaps he was having one of those.
I don't know, but at 7 o'clock in the morning, your brain's not really all with it. So the retailer, she very nicely rang me up Saturday afternoon and said, I'm really, really sorry about this, Miriam. This is just not acceptable. And I thought, no, it's not. So she said, I can get somebody out at 2:30 today, which was the Saturday. So I said, yep, that's fine, I'm here. At 2:30, a very nice young man come along, and he sort of put the tank in and pushed it as far down as he could. And we had this washer that appeared from nowhere, and he was bemused as to where it come from. He put water in the tank and then pushed the lever at the front of the door, and nothing was happening. So he said, I think this is faulty. I think the tank isn't connecting up to the lever on the front of the door. So I said, okay, so what do we do now? He said, I'm going to organise for a complete new fridge freezer to be delivered. You have two options. You either can keep the new fridge freezer and hopefully we will test the water tank, or we can take the two doors off of yours and replace it with the two doors from the new fridge freezer if the water tank works. That's how it's been left. The retailers rung me yesterday. Unfortunately, there's nothing in stock until the 5th of May.
Oh, my God. I'm now getting why Tara has a weary look on her face.
I tell you, Jonathan, yesterday I just got to the point that I thought, I need a couple of glasses of wine here. And this was at 11:30 yesterday morning.
Right.
I just can't take any more of it. So, fingers crossed, on the 6th of May, I have a slot of delivery for a new fridge freezer, and I have to make that decision whether I take the whole fridge freezer in, but before it comes in we test the water tank, or I just swap the doors. So, we'll wait. The saga continues.
Just out of interest, is this the same brand as the original one?
Yes. I mean, I liked the way that the manufacturer said to you, as a gesture of goodwill, that they sent the engineer down. Well, I think a gesture of goodwill, I've gone back and bought the same fridge freezer. I think that's my gesture of goodwill. So, yes, it's the same make.
Some people may call you a glutton for punishment.
Oh, I know. I've had it all. I really have. I mean, I just couldn't find anything that suited the kitchen size, height, and was just a water dispenser. Most of these 4 doors are now water and ice, which I didn't want the ice. So that was my problem. I was very limited on the size I needed to buy.
You're almost trapped, aren't you, when you create a gap in your kitchen for a certain fridge freezer, that's it.
I mean, I could have taken the cupboard off above the fridge freezer, but then I'd have had an open gap, which wasn't a problem. But I'd got to the point that when I went to the retailers that I thought, you know what, we'll go for that one. It was just like, that one will do. I just had enough. But then when this happened Saturday, especially at 7 o'clock in the morning, he looked at me as though I was stupid because I didn't know that the water tank fitted into the door inside the fridge. And I thought, you haven't even asked to fill it up.
I hope you at least, swished down in a nice nightie.
Well, no, not really. It was just sort of Mickey Mouse pyjamas.
Oh, good grief.
I looked a bit gazed and I looked at him as if, I don't know what. We both looked at each other and I thought, what are you doing here? Who are you? And I really thought it was the delivery man. Well, I'd had an early delivery, which I hadn't been informed of.
Well, there we go. Well, look, let's just hope that come the beginning of May, let's hope that they are able to deliver something to you that firstly fits in the gap, secondly functions as a fridge freezer should do, thirdly doesn't trap you in the doors.
Or small children.
Oh, no, this doesn't trap you in the doors at all. The fridge freezer works perfect. There's nothing wrong with it.
And let's hope the water dispenser works as well. I mean, this is just absolutely ridiculous. OK, well, look, we will, of course, stay across this until it's sorted out. Miriam, I just hope that this will be resolved before we all retire.
I hope so.
The way this is going,
it will. I have a positive attitude today.
Let's hope so. Miriam, listen, we'll leave it there and we will talk to you very soon. I was hoping to be able to give the company the final honk of the horn, but at this stage it doesn't look as if that's going to be possible. Let's hope it will be soon.
Hello there, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. Tell me all about the problem you're having without naming any company names, please, Colin.
Right, okay. On the 21st of February, our oven stopped working, which was a Sunday. So on the Monday, we looked around to find a reputable company to come and repair it for us. And we chose this particular company because it's a largish company. They install kitchens, they supply equipment, etc. So they're not a fly-by-night, they're a reputable company. And we telephoned them on the 22nd of February, the Monday, and they said that they could arrange for an engineer to call the next day, which is the 23rd. But I had to pay in advance a fee of £77.94, which I did by a direct debit card over the telephone.
Now, your oven that had broken on the Sunday, I mean, talk about bad timing. Was that while you were doing your roast?
It was, yes.
Oh, nightmare. Yeah. It's always the worst time, isn't it, when these things break? And how old was your oven?
Oh, it's, I don't know exactly, but it's probably about 5 years, maybe 4 or 5 years.
Okay. I mean, 4 years.
Might be 5. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, 4 years, I wouldn't be very happy, and I would be going back to the retailer where I bought it from, to be honest.
Well, we didn't do that. We got in touch with this company to come and repair it.
Right.
Because, we wanted to get it done.
And what was the problem with it? Did it just completely stop?
It's the element that's gone. So the engineer came on the 23rd. So everything was fine, because they kept to what they said. He came, he had a look, he said, yes, the element's gone. Now, we're talking about something which is bulk standard. It's an element for an oven. This must be happening all the time. So it's nothing special or unusual. And he checked, he didn't have one on board his van, but he said that he could get one in a few days if we paid him for the element, which was £14.86. So I paid him the £14.86 by direct debit card again. So we've now paid a total of £92.80 for this repair. Since then, I've made repeated telephone calls to them, and I get nowhere. Every time I ring them, I get the same story, which is the manufacturer hasn't got any in stock. We're waiting for them to be made. They're not coming through, etc., etc., etc. And I keep saying to them, look, this is an element for an oven. It's got to be the most ordinary thing that you would have in stock or people would manufacture, because that must be the thing that goes more often than anything else. I've had 4 different delivery dates quoted to me. The last one was that it would be delivered on the 12th of April. Well, obviously it wasn't. So I got in touch with the website of the manufacturer of my cooker yesterday, and I went on and I saw that on their website they're quoting 2 weeks delivery for the parts, and that it cost £13.81. So in fact, I could have got it cheaper from the manufacturer. Now, I'm not worried about that, but the thing is, I then telephoned the company concerned, the repair company, and I said to them, when are you going to do this? And they quoted me 14th of May.
Oh, for goodness sake.
And I said to them, no, look, you can go to the manufacturer. They quote 2 weeks delivery. If you'd have gone to them, I would have had this installed 7 weeks ago. Why didn't you go to them? Well, we don't. We use a different supplier. So I said, well, why didn't you go to the main manufacturer? They're cheaper than your supplier, and you would have had the part. I would have had a cooker running for 7 weeks ago, whereas now by the time you actually get it and you put it in, providing you get it on the 14th of May, it will be 13 weeks without an oven. We can't go on 13 weeks without an oven. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the whole thing seems ridiculous. It's absolutely crazy. I mean, just to address the point about the element, there are elements and there are elements.
Yes. There's
not. I don't believe there is just one universal element that fits every single cooker.
No, it's a particular one for this particular cooker,
yes.
But it's a bulk standard cooker. It's not a special oven. It's not a special cooker or anything like that. It's a normal, straightforward one that you go and get in any normal high street shop.
Yeah.
So it's nothing special.
I mean, there's a couple of issues that I have with this. When you first noticed that the oven was not working, would I be right in saying that the symptoms you were getting was that you could turn the oven on, the fan would start, but it wasn't getting hot.
Yes.
Right. Well, that's fairly obvious, even to a layperson, that on a 5-year-old oven, the chances are the element has gone.
Yes, that's quite right. That's what I said to them in the first place. But of course they had to come and check, which I understand.
Right.
I mean, it could have been something else, obviously.
Right. But it would have been a very good idea if they might have been able to check with you beforehand, before they came out, because on the balance of probability, it was very likely to be the element.
Yes.
And it would have been very nice if the engineer on that day had come with one of those elements in his van, just in case it was the element, so he could just fit it for you there and then and get you up and running, rather than coming out to establish what, to be honest, it was probably always going to be, the element, to then have to go away and to have to order one in that was going to take weeks. I mean, what a waste of time.
Well, I totally agree. I mean, I would have thought that he would have carried spares like this on the van. He did have spares on his van, but he didn't have the particular spare for my cooker. No, I can understand that they don't carry every spare, but nevertheless, they could have ordered it there and then from the manufacturer themselves and got it within a fortnight.
Oh, it's crazy! It's absolutely crazy, and you've paid them all this money, and they've done nothing. What? How are you cooking? I mean, I presume you haven't had a Sunday roast for weeks.
No, we can't. We can't have chickens or any of those sort of things, you know. So we're having to use the grill and the top of the cooker, which is all very well. But you know, we're pensioners, so we tend to have cheaper cuts of meat, which we tend to cook in the oven. So, you know, we've not been able to do that. We've had to have things which we can cook on the top of the cooker. Right. It's very inconvenient.
Yes. Well, right. Well, look, I'm glad you've come to me, Colin, because I'd like to try and help you. What I'm going to do, I'll pass you back to Tara. Tara, can we just get some detail and I'll go and have a word with this company? It's ridiculous.
It is. It's a long time to wait. Good grief.
It's absolutely stupid amount of time to wait. £92.80 you said you paid them in total, and so far you've got absolutely nothing to show for it.
Yes, £92.80.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's not strictly true. An engineer did call.
Yeah, but he didn't fix it.
No, he didn't fix it.
I mean, you didn't want to sit there and have a chat with him, did you? I mean, you wanted him to come round and fix your oven. He hasn't done it, so you've paid them £92.80, and you've still got a broken oven. I don't call that a result.
Well, no.
Colin, leave it with us. Let's see if we can get things sorted. Can we save Sunday lunch for Colin?
He's missed a few.
Yeah, you have missed a few. Oh, it won't. Well, I shouldn't really tell you this, but I had a lovely roast chicken on Sunday, Colin.
Well, thanks very much. That really has cheered me up, no ends.
I've started buying a chicken in a bag, Colin.
Right, yes.
Chicken in a bag, because I'll tell you why. It doesn't make your oven filthy dirty, but I've started buying the stuffed one, and it's a bit. Have you ever had a chicken in a bag?
Yes, I have. Yes.
Have you had the stuffed one?
Please don't describe it.
No, I haven't. No.
You wouldn't let me talk about my earwax earlier.
As a complete side issue, I mean, this is a complete side issue, nothing to do with it, but my wife is a very keen cook. It's like her hobby. So she is totally lost without an oven because she loves to cook.
Right.
And she cooks all sorts of wonderful meals for me. And I never quite know what I'm going to get, or what country it comes from, or whatever.
Well, that sounds lovely, but my chicken in a bag.
Without an oven, you know, we're lost.
My chicken in a bag, when it cooks, it's most peculiar. It's almost as if the chicken's giving birth to the stuffing. It's very odd, to be honest with you, Colin. I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail. What's that, Tara?
From Colin's description of his wife's love of cooking, really, although he's had a chicken in a bag is probably an anathema to Colin's wife.
I've still got some of my leftover chicken in a bag from Sunday for my dinner tonight.
You keep it to yourself.
With some luxury couscous. Colin, I'm going to pass you back. We'll get some detail, and I promise you I'll call that company for you as soon as I come off air today. A couple of years ago, Maureen decided to get rid of her net curtains, thank goodness, and decided to replace them with Venetian blinds. But she's not very happy with one of these blinds.
One of the blinds, the pull cord won't pull the slat. Can't see any problem because the mechanism is enclosed in a casing, which makes it all look nice and smart. But the only way I could be able to see what's gone wrong is to take it apart. And they're quite heavy. I'm not a very big lady. I'm about 5'2", and I'm 82, which probably means it would be a bit of a struggle. Anyway, as I say, the pull cord is not broken, but it just isn't working. It moves up and down, but the slats don't.
Well, Maureen had paid over £1,000 for these blinds. She called the company, explained the situation, but they said, no, we don't repair them. And she said, well, can't someone come out and have a look and just try and help me? No. All we do is fit them. That's not acceptable. One bit. So I promised Maureen I'd go off and have a word with them. Well, Maureen's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Maureen.
Hello, Jonathan.
Now, Maureen, I have a little bit of history with this company. I've dealt with them before, and to be honest with you, they were absolute rubbish at communicating with me before. But I thought, well, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Let's hope that things will be better. And when I called them up, I got through to a lovely-sounding lady. And she was really quite surprised to hear about your complaint, Maureen. Oh, gosh, really? Oh, I don't know about Maureen. Oh, and Maureen's 82, is she? Oh, gosh, well, I can't understand why we wouldn't have sorted something out for Maureen. She said, can I just take your details and I'll get Mr. So-and-so, the owner of the company, to call you back? Well, I recognised his name, to be honest with you, Maureen, because that's the guy that I was trying and failing to communicate with previously on a previous consumer complaint. So I thought, well, I'll believe it when I see it. And sure enough, true to form, he has not called me back one time. I've called him numerous times, and every time I've called him and I've left a message on his answer phone, I've been getting shirtier and shirtier. Now, I ordinarily at this stage would be identifying that company. However, they may well have saved their bacon, because I understand, following my last call to the company where I was quite shirty, you suddenly had a visit from them. What's gone on, Maureen?
Well, I did get a call from the company. A lady called and said she was so sorry to hear about my problems, an 82-year-old lady with no one around to help me, that she was going to send someone out to have a look at it.
Mm-hmm.
And the gentleman came, very quiet, and took the blind down and took it apart and had a good look at it, and he has fixed it. I'm just a little bit concerned because it's very stiff now. So he
has fixed it?
Yes, it does work, but it is very stiff.
Right.
And I'm trying to not open the blinds or close the blinds once open any more than is absolutely needed at the moment, and saying a prayer that it lasts.
Well, look.
Yes, they fixed.
Okay, right, fine. Firstly, you use those blinds as they're intended to be used.
I do, yes.
No. I'm saying to you, please do that. Don't tiptoe around them. Don't be frightened of the blinds. If the blinds fail in an unreasonably short amount of time, and this company are useless at resolving it, then if push comes to shove, you'll have to sue them. But there's no reason why you should have to tiptoe around these blinds and be frightened to use them because you're worried about it not working. Now, what I will say to this company is that I'm grateful to them for coming out to you, and I'm grateful to them for, even though they told you before, they don't ever come out and look at things like this and fix it because all they do is install them. I'm grateful that they actually bothered to try. And I'm grateful that whatever they did on that particular day seems to have had some success. However, I'm not impressed that they haven't had the courtesy of returning any of my calls, in the same way that when I dealt with them last time, they didn't bother to call me back at all. I'm prepared to draw a line under that, though, on the basis that everything is sorted for you. I'm going to stay across this. And if you have any other problems, if that blind stops working again, Maureen, I want you to come straight back to me.
I will.
And I will go back and speak to them. And if push comes to shove, if they won't solve the problem, then I will tell you how you can pursue them legally, OK? Let's hope that is not going to be the case. Let's hope that they will take reasonable and decent care of you as a customer who has been good enough to put £1,000 worth of work their way within the last couple of years. Maureen, I'll tell you what I'm going to do.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll be honest, I'm doing this a bit through gritted teeth, but listen to this. It's half of the horn.
Yes.
I'm going to retain the other half for when you confirm to me in a couple of months' time that blind is still working perfectly, okay?
Will do, yes.
But from the way you're talking today and from the concerns you have, I'm just a little bit worried that within a week or two you're going to come back to me and say, Jonathan, the blooming thing's jammed again.
Well, I have reservations, but they were very polite and decent, and it did
So
make
they should
an effort.
be. So they should be. It's a shame they weren't polite enough to return my calls, but there we go. Maureen, I'll speak to you very soon. I have a horrible feeling, probably sooner than any of us would like.
I'll pray that you don't have to.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, I pray that as well, in the nicest possible way, you understand, but I hope that this is going to work forevermore. And if that company's listening, just be aware, if you haven't fixed it properly, I'm going to be back. And if you don't get this sorted once and for all for the customer, then she is going to take things further. Simple as that. You can't just go quiet on complaints and hope that they will gradually disappear. Not when they come to my programme anyway. Maureen, we'll talk to you very soon, OK? Tina's on the line. Hello, Tina.
Oh, good morning, JVS.
Good morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay. Going back last year, September, I saw an advert on the internet for a kitchen company. So I rang them, and the salesperson came to my house, talked to me, and do the measurements and take an outline of, do the design of what I wanted. He asked me to sign the agreement there and then because they're going to offer me a big discount. So that before I signed that, I asked him if anything goes wrong, will I be able to get my money back? And he said, yes, there is a cooling off period. He showed me at the back of the form. So if I put in my cancellation before then, I should get everything back. And I needed to make the initial deposit, which was a percentage of the total amount, to them. And they'll send somebody else to come and do this. I think they call it a survey. So somebody came and I did that earlier that afternoon. The person came maybe half an hour or an hour later to have a look.
Lovely to have a new kitchen fitted. Exciting.
Oh, yes. And then it seemed, after he came and went, it seemed to me that the price of the kitchen was escalating. So, because my kids were there, and I thought, I don't feel so right about this company. So the next day, I sent the cancellation straight back to them with a recorded delivery.
OK, hang on a second, because we're now reaching a very crucial part of this. So on the day that the salesman from the kitchen company came out, and it would appear asked you to sign a contract, you did sign that contract, yeah?
Yes, I did.
And you paid a deposit of how much?
£3,889.
OK. And at what point then, after having signed the contract and paying the deposit, did you then feel as if the price of the kitchen was going up?
Because he called back and they said that about a few days later, and said that, there were some bits that he missed off the actual quote that he gave me. So I thought, but you should know if that's your job. You shouldn't really be making that kind of mistake. So I got a bit suspicious. I'm thinking, I don't know about this company.
Right, hang on a second, because again, I mean, we've got to be very clear on this. So you said earlier that you cancelled the very next day, but now you're saying it was several days later he called you to tell you that he'd left some bits off the invoice.
It wasn't the very next day. It was a couple of days later after I've paid the deposit and the surveyor came.
Okay.
And they were adding some more bits. So the price was kind of going up.
I see. Right. Okay. So the surveyor comes out, he looks at it, starts talking about that original price. How much had you agreed to originally on the contract?
I think it was, I don't have it in front of me, it's on my phone. I think it was about 10 or 11,000 pounds, I think it was, thereabout.
So that's how much you were anticipating. But when the surveyor came out and starts looking at it, he then starts suggesting that, in fact, that 10 or 11,000 was going to go up.
Yeah.
Do you remember how much by, just out of interest?
I don't remember how much it was by. But I know it was more than what I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, but how much? I mean, are we talking a few hundred quid or?
Probably Probably a couple of hundreds or maybe 1,000 or something like that.
Okay. You don't remember what the amount it was going up by that put you off to the extent that you wanted to cancel the contract?
No, I know it wasn't. Yeah, it was going up, but I can't remember exactly what because I didn't write it down.
Right. Okay. So
it might have been a couple of hundreds or 1,000. I don't know, but I can't remember exactly.
Okay. But you decided at that point you wanted to cancel the contract, and you're telling me that they had pointed out to you their cancellation policy that gave you 14 days cooling off period where you could cancel from the date of signing the contract.
That's right.
Okay. So when you tried to cancel, what happened?
So I sent the cancellation form back. This is all within the first week. Back, and I called the salesman to make sure that the letter has been received.
Did you not send it recorded delivery?
I did send it recorded delivery. Okay. But I also followed it up with a phone call to make sure that it has been received.
Okay, that's good. But you've got evidence that they did indeed receive it and sign for it.
I wouldn't have evidence.
Well, you would if you'd sent it with... I use the phrase recorded delivery. I'm a bit old-fashioned, I know. It's called Royal Mail signed for. So you sent it in a method that would require a signature at the other end.
That's correct, yes.
Well, have you got the receipt from the post office when you took it along?
I will have it somewhere. I will need to look through my paperwork.
That's fine, because if you've got the receipt, that will have a number on it. And what you do is you then go onto the Royal Mail website, and if you put that number in, you should be able to get a copy of the signature from the other end, or a photograph of them delivering that letter.
Okay, I'll have to check through my... Yeah.
That may be useful. I don't know. Carry on with the story if you would. So they've, as far as you're aware, they received that cancellation. Am I taking it the reason you're talking to me is because they haven't allowed you to cancel?
Well, I don't know, because I've been going backwards and forward with them since like last year, trying to cancel it. And then they agreed a repayment schedule to start in February, but nothing came forward. So they must have seen my cancel, I'm guessing. They have got all my information, and that's why that schedule was set up. Because my daughter said to me that I can't just write to this small claims court to get the money, and that I should give them reasonable opportunity to rectify the problem.
So have they accepted that you've cancelled the contract?
Yes.
Okay. They've accepted that you've cancelled the contract. Have they also confirmed that they owe you £3,889 back, which was the deposit you paid them?
Yes.
But they haven't paid it to you?
No.
Have they paid you anything?
Nothing.
Right, okay. Right, well, we need to go and have a little word and find out what on earth is going on. That's very, very peculiar. I mean, as long as you are within your rights to cancel the contract, and I'm literally taking the story you're telling me, Tina, today on the programme as gospel, we'll have to go and have a word with the company and find out what they have to say. But if what you're saying is correct, that there was indeed 14 days to cool off and to cancel, and you did indeed cancel within that 14 days... and if you were told that you would get a full refund back and they've accepted they owe you that money back, then they need to pay it to you.
Yes. I spoke to the director of the company, and I also emailed him back all the information again.
Yeah. But because you sound a little bit unsure. When I'm asking these questions, you're not sounding 100% confident, which is why I'm just kind of... Has the manager of the company, the owner of the company, has he said to you, yeah, okay, we accept you've cancelled, you're entitled to cancel, we'll give you your deposit back?
Like I said, I need to look through my notes. I think he did, because I did speak to him, and I did speak to him. Obviously, I didn't write down every conversation, but I also had emails sent to him to say that this is the cancellation, and also to the salesman that came to the house, and he confirmed, I think, in his text message that everything has been sent on to whoever it was supposed to be sent on to.
Okay, all right. Well, look, let's leave it there for now. I'll pass you back to Tara. Let's get some detail, please, Tara, and I'll contact this company and just find out what they have to say. Okay. If Tina's correct, then they owe her £3,889 back. Pronto. Okay, leave it with us. Tina, I'll pass you back to Tara now. Now, Tracy's son kept telling her there is a problem with her hearing. So she booked an appointment with a company to see if her ears needed cleaning out.
The service cost me £60, and they advised me that I should go to one of the high street hearing centres and actually go and get my ears tested as the next sort of step. And the audiologist said it was partially full of wax and obscuring the ear canal. And I said, oh my goodness, I've only had an appointment 9 days ago to have wax removed. And they told me my ears were completely free of wax, both of them. I said, could this have accumulated in sort of 9 days? And she said, absolutely not.
Well, Tracy got in contact with the company that she'd originally paid the £60 to come and clean her ears out and said, look, you told me I got no wax in there. I'm being told a few days later that one of my ears is half full of wax. What's going on? What have you charged me this money for? You didn't do anything to clean my ear out. Well, she said that company was refusing to do anything to help her. So she now needs to go to another company to get her ears cleaned, and she wants that original company to pay for the appointment. Well, I promised her I would go off and have a little chat with them, and I did that yesterday afternoon, and Tracy's back on the JVS show. Hello, Tracy.
Hello, Jonathan.
Right, first things first, a little bit of confusion. You said to me on the programme yesterday that the reason you wanted your ear cleaned was because you'd heard me talking about microsuction on this programme and how I have it done, and you thought, that's what I need. That will sort the problem. But this company that you contacted do not do microsuction.
No, I mean, it was just listening to you having your ears cleaned of wax. I didn't ask whether it was microsuction or whether it was syringing. It was just to have the wax removed from my ears.
Okay. There is a big difference between the two.
Okay.
Ear syringing is the kind of stuff that you have done at the doctor's surgery, which I've never had it done, but people tell me it's not particularly pleasant, where they syringe a whole load of warm water into your ear and it washes all the wax out. I've not had that done. What I've had done, and I posted a video on my Twitter yesterday, is of microsuction, which is where someone who is normally very skilled looks with a microscope down your ear. They put down your ear a very, very tiny vacuum cleaner and they suck everything out of it, and it leaves you with sparkling clean ears. There is a big difference between the two. Microsuction is much less invasive than ear syringing, because ear syringing tends to just flush everything in your ear out of your ear. And if you have it done too often, it can obviously remove the lining of your ear, which is protective, and it can then leave you open to getting ear infections. So you don't want to be doing it too often. Whereas microsuction is something that's much more targeted, and whoever is doing it can remove the specific pieces of wax that are blocking your ear canal. So when I contacted the company, immediately she said, well, we don't do microsuction. We were never going out to do microsuction. We were going out to syringe Tracy's ear. She said, when we went out, we looked into her ears and we did not believe that there was wax in her ears that was affecting her hearing in any way. We did not believe that there was a build-up of wax that would in any way have affected her hearing. And we advised her of that at the time, and therefore suggested that we didn't do any syringing of her ears because her ear canals were completely clear. Now, this is where the story gets very interesting, because the lady said to me that you then contacted her back and explained that you'd gone off to an audiologist who'd looked into your ear, who'd come back and said that one of your ear canals did have some wax in. Now, the lady that I've spoken to said at that point, we offered to go back and we offered to go and look at her ear where apparently there is this wax now. And if she wants us to, we were happy to go and syringe that ear. But Tracy said no. Well, that's a very different version of events. So is that your recollection of what happened or not, Tracy?
Yeah, I mean, there is no recollection, Jonathan, because I've sent yourselves a copy of every single text message that we've sent between us. I haven't spoken to them verbally on the phone at all. I've done every single message by text. So the first message, they're all the messages I read out on the radio yesterday, and obviously I've provided the times and the dates. That's an absolute lie. Because
but hang on a second, because this is the crucial bit. So at no point did that company ever offer to come back out and to clear the ear that apparently does have wax in it?
Absolutely 100% not. I've only dealt with them by text message, and I've sent you every single text message that they've sent me.
Well, it's very odd, because when I spoke to the lady yesterday, she said, look, we're more than happy to go out and to syringe that particular ear if she wants it doing. She said, we did explain that, you wouldn't necessarily want your ears to be syringed unnecessarily, because when you are syringing ears, you're flushing warm water into the ear, which of course flushes everything out, including the protective lining of wax that you would hope to have in your ears anyway. So she said we wouldn't typically advise it unless there was a build-up of wax that was causing a blockage and therefore it was affecting the person's hearing. But if Tracy really wants us to go and clear what wax there is in there with syringing, we are happy to go out and do that at no additional cost.
Yeah, I mean, the very last message that I read out to you yesterday, they did say having them syringed just because someone's told you there is wax, it's not affecting your hearing. I wouldn't have gone ahead and booked that purely because you're introducing more problems. But then the next line, but that was the very final message, and but obviously if you feel you need to take this further, that's entirely up to you. We will not be doing a refund, but they absolutely have not offered to come back. And to be fair, Jonathan, now I wouldn't want them to come back. That ship has sailed for me. They've sent me all these text messages telling me, firstly, the ears were completely wax-free. Secondly, it must have built up in 9 days. The trust for me of any professionalism and expertise they've got has absolutely gone now. And like you said, it is quite invasive. And actually, you're absolutely right. I did hear you talking about having your ears suctioned. I did watch your video on Twitter yesterday. I'm never going to get that noise out of my head now. And
it's wonderful.
I did think they were coming round to syringe. I did assume it was going to be the water in the ear and the wax coming out. So if I didn't get that across properly yesterday, if I confused that, then I apologise, because I assumed they were coming round to syringe. But I certainly, I read the text message to you yesterday. I gave them the option to advise me and come back, but then gave the option to partially refund me, and their messages got quite snotty, and I certainly wouldn't have them back in my house now or let them look in my ear again. And to be fair, Jonathan, imagine if I got them back and they both came and they looked in my ear again and they say your ear's completely wax-free. If I hadn't then gone to a high street branch of an ear specialist and had it looked at the following week, I'd have assumed it was completely wax-free. So even if they come in now and tell me again it's wax-free, I'd feel I had to go and get a second opinion. Now, I didn't go to get a second opinion. I went because they said to me, your next step will be to get a hearing test. And it was only because...
I don't think they're going to give you your money back. Because from the conversation I had with the woman yesterday, her attitude was, look, we just think that Tracy wants us to now pay for her to go to a high street shop and to have microsuction on her ears.
No, not microsuction. Syringing. That's all I've ever... Until I looked at your video yesterday, I didn't really even know what microsuction was. All I've ever wanted was my ears syringed, which I assumed was water going in and wax coming out. I didn't really know. I know you spoke about it on your programme. I just listened to you talking about having wax removed from your ears. I didn't really look at the technicalities of which process you'd actually had done.
Okay, I accept that point, but I don't think she's going to be very willing to give you the money back because, and I'm just preempting the conversation just so we can explore where you take it next, because her comment to me yesterday was, and she was very adamant, she said, I've offered to go back and I've offered to clean her ears. Tracy doesn't want that, she just wants money. and I'm not prepared to give her the money back because we, in good faith, went out to her house. We looked in her ears. We gave her our professional judgment that it was not worth syringing her ears because she did not have wax blocking her ears. We feel she now just wants us to pay the money back because we didn't actually syringe her ears.
Right. You know something, Jonathan? I'm self-employed, and I've been self-employed for 15 years. Up until the start of lockdown, I was a childminder. And, you know, over the last 15 years, if a child can't come to me because they're sick for a day or a week, they still have to pay for that service. If a child can't come to me because they're on holiday, they still have to pay for that service because that's my income, that's my salary. I can't fill that space with another child. So when the ladies came around and said my ears were completely wax-free and they sent out the house within 7 minutes, I didn't think once or twice about paying them that £60 because out of anybody and being self-employed, I 100% fully appreciate that I had that appointment slot for that day. That was my appointment. You know, other people have said to me, well, if there was no wax, they shouldn't have charged.
Yeah, listen, I understand the point you're making. If what I'm trying to do is to get to the point that I suspect I'm going to get to this afternoon on the phone with this lady when I call her back, as I've agreed to do, to let her know how this conversation goes. If she turns around and says, well, I'm sorry, but I have spoken to Tracy, I did offer to go back and to clean her ears, she wouldn't let me go back, I've offered to do that, she's refused to allow it, I'm not prepared to give her the money back. How far are you then at that point prepared to take it? I mean, if push comes to shove, would you take it to the small claims court?
You know what, Jonathan? If they can prove to you, like I've shown you with text, or if they can show you a copy of their phone records that prove they've made a telephone call to me that I'm not telling you about, and they can prove that they've offered to do that for me, then I'd put my hands up and say, well, yes, they've offered all I wanted. Now, if I'd have wanted a refund, I'd have demanded £60 at the beginning, but I didn't. I just said to them, I've looked into having it done. It's 35, so I think a fair solution would be for me to not ever have to pay out any more than that 60. So I've never demanded a refund for them. Okay. They've absolutely not offered to come and provide that service for me, and they won't be able to prove to you they have because they have to either show you a telephone call or a text message.
Okay, sure. So let me again ask the question. You are. Okay.
I am prepared to go to a small claims court.
Okay,
because all I wanted was the wax removed.
It's useful for me to know that because I suspect that they're probably, I mean, I hope I'm wrong. I hope that she says, oh, look, do you know what, this is too much hassle. We will, of course, just pay Tracy what she's looking for. If she doesn't, I just wanted to know how far you are prepared to take it. Right, leave it with me. Let me go and have another conversation with them this afternoon. We'll take it from there, okay? Nick has a 75-year-old mother-in-law who lives in a council property. She's been shielding since last March. Well, Nick said that he decided to redecorate her bedroom for her, as it was looking a bit tired and shabby. He was just trying to be a nice son-in-law, trying to do a good deed. But unfortunately, something happened that he hadn't bargained for.
I dismantled all the furniture and started stripping the wallpaper, ready to redecorate it. As soon as I took one piece of wallpaper down, it brought down a lot of plaster. So I carried on and took all the paper off, and off every wall there was large amounts of plaster that came away with it. She called the council and they sent someone down last October. She called the council. The inspector took photos and said that this would need complete replastering, but due to the COVID, obviously, they have to wait till after Christmas. January came, she phoned for an update, and they said there's still no news. It's been referred to the contractors, the council contractors, and you're going from pillar to post, really. And she's just getting anxious now because there's still more bits of plaster periodically that's falling from the walls. So she's living sometimes in the dust or sleeping in a dusty environment, but she's getting anxious.
Well, Nick was just getting very frustrated because he was saying that he contacted the council, explained the situation. They authorised the work, they authorised the replastering of the wall, but he just couldn't get them to do it. They seem to be taking forever to actually come out and do the work. Well, I went off to have a word with them. Nick's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Nick.
Hello, JVS.
Hello, Nick. So, this was just... I do feel sorry for you because... I absolutely understand. With the best of intentions, you were trying to help out.
Yeah.
And even though you're clearly a better man than me, because there would have been a part of me that would have said, "Oh God, why did I start this?" You know, you tried to help, but it all ended up in just being a disaster, and you're then having to try and liaise with the council about replastering, and it all just becomes a nightmare. I went off to have a word with Dacorum Borough Council on your behalf. They came back with just a very short response, but to be honest, it was short and sweet. It said, "We apologise that this work was not carried out sooner. Nick's mother-in-law has now been contacted and the work will be carried out next week." Well, that was week before last. Now, I think there was a slight delay, but I'm hoping things have now started. Have they, Nick?
They're well on the way to getting it resolved, Jonathan, thanks to you and the team, and the council and the contractors couldn't be more helpful. As I think I spoke to you as our first catch-up, the plasterers were due last week for 2 days to completely replaster the bedroom. They attended exactly on time. Two very nice guys from the contractors carried it out to a very good specification. That was done. Of course, the plaster had to then dry out, and only just about an hour ago, another very good craftsman came, and he's finished. I think it was called bonding the plaster and whitewashing the walls. So that now the walls are okay. That's been done. Now the update I've got from a lovely lady from the management company has said that there's got to be a chap now come on Friday just to reattach the radiator to the wall, and then in 2 weeks' time, the 18th of May, I think that's about 10 days' time or whatever, another contractor has come in, a carpenter, to reattach some of the skirting board that's come away. So on the 18th of May in the afternoon, I'm expecting the whole job to be completed, so that then I can get on myself and complete the decorating for her and put some new furniture up, and she can continue living her life. But we've got no complaints at all with how the council and the contractors, the council contractors, have handled the job. They've been very professional, and even the lady from the contractors, I think the management, the manager from the contractor, actually sent my mother-in-law a small bunch of flowers as way of an apology. There was no need, but we really appreciated it. She sent her a small bunch of flowers apologising for the delay. And we understood the delay, and as I say, we've got nothing but thanks to you and the team, and thanks to the council. It's not completed yet, but
no, I was going to say, I mean, we're nearly there. We're on the way, but we're not yet at a point where I'm going to give Dacorum Borough Council the full horn. I'm certainly going to give them this. Quite a chunk of it.
That's good enough, that is, yeah.
Yeah, that's quite a chunk. But I'm still retaining some additional chunkage for when everything's been sorted out. In some way, it's a bit annoying that you can't get on and do the papering before the guy comes out to put the radiator on, because it would be easier. You could just paper that wall. Was it wallpaper you were going to do, or painting?
I'm coming on Sunday to paint the ceiling. That there's no hindrance about doing that. Yeah. But because some of the skirting board, parts of the skirting board need to be replaced, I can't paper down. So I'm going to leave the papering until the 18th, which is understandable. We're getting by, and as I say, the anxiety is gone because we can see a light at the end of the tunnel. Yes. We can see it. We're pretty sure. I mean, the council and the contractors haven't let us down in this respect at all. They've been very efficient, so I'm not expecting any hold-ups or any problems between now and Friday when the chap's coming to reattach the radiator, and then I'm certainly not expecting any problems with the chap coming to do the skirting board on the 18th. It's the only reason that's on the 18th is that the council contractors haven't. I think they're booked up to do other jobs, which is fair enough. I mean, there's no problem with that.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, look, can you just keep me in the loop and let me know when they've done those final bits and bobs, and we'll give Dacorum Borough Council at that point the rest of their horn, and then, of course, you can get on and get that bedroom nicely done, and your mother-in-law can luxuriate in her new luxury bedroom.
It depends how the decorating goes. So
well, yeah, I was going to say, don't muck all that up after all this, will you? Don't start putting the wallpaper on wonky.
Yes, that could be a problem, yeah. I'll be in touch.
Okay, lovely. We'll talk very soon. Thank you. Tyrone has been having some problems with some overgrown trees at his council property.
In 2019, I got a delivery, a hand letter, saying that the trees had damaged the wall. So informed the local authority straight again. 2020, I got another letter saying that the wall had started falling down. Now, in 2021, one of the trees has fell in my next door neighbour's garden and the other one's leaning. So at the bottom of my garden is a fence and the trees are growing between them.
Well, the damaged wall that has fallen down as a result of the trees has left a gaping hole at the bottom of Tyrone's garden. Tyrone's garden backs onto a car park. He's been in touch with the council, who he rents his property from, but he doesn't seem to be getting anywhere, which is why he came to me. Well, I went off to have a word with the council. We had a response from them, and Tyrone is back on the JVS show. And the plot, it has to be said, thickens. Tyrone, good morning to you.
Good morning, JVS.
Good morning. So, as you're aware, we did indeed go off and have a conversation with Luton Borough Council. Luton Borough Council came back to say, we understand the concerns of the tenant and have been in discussion with him to assist in trying to resolve the issue. We are attempting to establish who owns the land and the wall in question, as neither are owned by the council. On visiting the site, the tree does not appear to be causing any urgent health and safety issue at present, but we will continue to pursue this until the matter is resolved. Well, that was fairly straightforward, but it became somewhat confusing when you told me that two guys from Luton Borough Council had come out to your property, they'd looked at the wall, they'd looked at the trees, and they said to you, yeah, we're going to get it all fixed for you, no problem. There seemed to be at that particular point a recognition that they were responsible. Am I right?
Yep, that's right.
So I went back to Luton Borough Council again and said, look, I'm a bit confused really, because you're telling me that none of it's your responsibility, and yet Tyrone is telling me that he's had two guys go out from Luton Borough Council who've had a look at the situation and said they're going to get it sorted. They've come back with this. They have said neither the wall, the land, or the trees are owned by the council. We are trying to establish ownership of each, but we've also been trying to assist the tenant, hence the removal of the trees by our contractor. So in effect, they are still saying they do not have any responsibility for the trees or the wall or this problem, really, but they're trying to help you anyway. The question is, who on earth could own the trees or the wall?
Yeah, it's more of a shock to me that you're telling me this.
Well, the council say it's not their trees. Not their trees, not their wall. So it must be on the other side of the boundary to the. I presume your garden. Does your garden have any kind of fence or line that goes before the trees, or are the trees actually physically in your garden?
The bottom of my garden has got a wicker fence. You know, like that wooden slatted fence?
Yes, I do.
And the tree has grown in the middle of it.
I see.
And
so there is a wall.
Right next to it.
So there's a wall, there's the tree, and then there's your fence, yeah?
Yep.
Okay.
And the tree and the fence has moved as the tree's grown.
Of course.
And which has caused the tree to get
the problem appears to be, Tyrone, that the council say everything from that wooden fence inside, that is your garden, and therefore that is the responsibility of Luton Borough Council. Everything on the other side of that wooden fence is not owned by Luton Borough Council, but they don't know who does own it. Whoever does own that land, whoever is responsible for the trees and the wall, obviously needs to take responsibility for this problem. But they're saying they don't know who that is. How long have you lived at this property?
7.5 years.
Right.
In this property.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's not really that long, is it, in the grand scheme of things? So we don't... I presume the wall was there and the trees were there when you moved in?
Well, yeah, for the first 3 years, I didn't even know there was a wall at the bottom of the garden.
What, because it was hidden by the trees and the ivy?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's a problem. But if you imagine it from the council's perspective, I mean, imagine if this was your private house and you'd bought the house and you had bought the land all the way up to that fence that has fallen over, but you had not purchased the tree or the wall. You wouldn't want to have to pay for the trees or the walls yourself either, would you?
Well, no, I wouldn't.
You would want whoever was responsible for that to be presented with the bill. Now, Luton Borough Council have said that they are prepared to help you out because they recognise that none of this is your fault, but they say it's not their fault either. So if what they're saying is correct, I think we probably need to cut them a bit of slack. Regarding the other neighbour, I think this is going to have to be explained to them as well, that at the moment there is an attempt to establish who is responsible for the wall and for the tree and for that particular bit of land, and they're going to have to be patient.
Yeah, that's all I can do.
I'm afraid it is. I mean, it's a very peculiar one, and I don't know whether you can do a bit of investigative work yourself, a bit of, digging around and talking to whoever, is on the other side of the car park, just to see if you can get any idea, if you can get any leads as to who might be responsible for the wall, who might have ownership of it, who might be responsible for the trees. Well, we can go after them. But at this particular moment, neither I nor Luton Borough Council have any idea who to even speak to.
Well, I presume it must be the wall must belong to somebody.
Of course it must belong. Surely. Someone must have built it. But who? That's the question. Listen, I'm going to stay across it. You please keep me posted if you hear anything, and we'll take it from there. And the council are telling me that they're continuing to try and find out who's responsible for that land as well. It's peculiar. It's an intriguing one. The fact there doesn't seem to be any record as to who owns the land. Well, to be honest, that's not normal. Hello, Alexander.
Good afternoon, Jonathan.
Good afternoon to you. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Right, it's quite long-winded, but to cut it short, we bought some sofas. They cost us £1,750 approximately. They was delivered on the 16th of November. That was after a 13-week delivery date.
November last year?
Yes, last year they was delivered, yes.
Okay.
Then everything was fine, but then we noticed on the four-seater sofa where we were sitting, the cushions was dipping and they wasn't recovering, and then it started to look like the material was all going baggy and sagging and everything else. So we contacted the company on their customer service. They sent out their technician who had a look and said, yes, they are dipping. He took some photos and said that he's going to put on his report to replace the foam. If we're having trouble fitting it, get onto them and they would come and fit it for us.
Okay. Now, can I just ask you, so the cushions that you sit on, the cushions that your bottom goes on, they are filled with foam?
It looks, yes, it's a foam of some sort, yes.
And are the cushions removable?
Yes.
And are you following the care advice in terms of turning the cushions over,
and
giving them bashing them and
swapping them over? Yes, we're doing that every night before we go to bed.
Okay.
And then they do recover slightly, but then you sit down on them again and they're back again.
They just go. Fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we've had the cushions replaced, and the second lot is doing exactly the same as the first lot. Then we've obviously contacted them again The technician came out and agreed they were sagging again, took photos. But then I had a phone call from the company, and they basically said we're sitting in them incorrectly and we're sitting in them for too long. I managed to get the engineer's report off of them, and in the report, the engineer says he didn't fill the report in front of the customer because he didn't know what to write, so he needed to speak to somebody in an office to know what to write on the report.
Can I ask a very rude question?
Yes. No, I'm not overweight.
Right. Okay.
No, my wife. The thing is, my wife and I are retired, so we've got a two sofa and a 4 and a footstool. Mm-hmm. Now, we're not overweight. We actually go out biking. We're keen bike riders, so we go out cycling all around the place. So we're not overweight at all. And during the day, we don't actually sit on these sofas because we've got an extension and we've got a sofa and a rocking chair, which we've had for the rocking chair since 2000. And the other sofa we've had from about 2000 not long after that, probably 2003, something like that.
So what do you reckon the guy who came round to inspect, what do you think he meant by wasn't sure what to write in front of the customers?
Because obviously he agreed with me to my face, but when he obviously spoke to his colleague in an office, I do know his name.
I don't want his name.
No, I know you don't. He didn't know what to write, and he agreed they're dipping to us. But the company, when I spoke to the company, they're saying that they don't do a different foam to go inside. And so the technician says that it needs a firmer cushion because where you're sitting in it, it dips. So I'm actually sitting in it now, and after you've been sitting in it a while, it dips so bad that then there's no support, so you sit back, and what it's doing is starting to give us some backache problems already.
Yeah.
And like I said to the lady at customer services, I know they were 16th of November last year, but the cushions, the new foam, didn't come for 10 weeks or whatever it was because there was COVID going on, plus I had to wait for the technician to come out and agree it. Then he's got to order it. Then it's got to come through the post for me to fit. And then when you speak to customer service and said we're having the same problem after 2 weeks, she said, no, you've got to leave it 6 weeks before you can phone up and complain about it because it takes that amount of time for the cushion to settle. But they agreed to doing it after 4 weeks in the end. But, when you're told that you're sitting in something for too long, and I'm sitting in it incorrectly, I don't know what they expect me to sit like.
Well, that's the only thing that's a bit.
I've actually sent an email off to the CEO of the company, and had no reply to that yet. I've also sent the same email to the customer's operation director, and had no contact from that either yet. And I've also, in the past, I've sent the photos to customer services of what it looks like with the new foam fitted.
Right. Well, I need to go and have a little word with this company on your behalf, don't I? Because it sounds to me, if you're, you say you and your wife, can I be terribly rude and just ask, because it would just help me very much in my argument, can I ask how much you do weigh?
I'm about 89 kilos I weigh.
Okay, I'm trying to work out what's that, about 12...
And my wife is 10 stone.
Right, okay, fine. Perfectly reasonable weight for this furniture. And the fact that it's sinking so much would certainly suggest to me that either the actual springs or whatever is underneath the foam is not supportive enough, so that's allowing the foam to just then kind of sink down, or the actual foam itself is just a poor quality foam.
I think it's the foam. That's what the technician. See, the thing is as well, I can't understand when you speak to the technician, then you read the technician's report. He doesn't tell the truth. It's the same as when he came because it was the same technician came both times. When he came the first time and I contacted customer services, they said, no, there's nothing wrong with the frame of the furniture because the technician removed the bottom of it and checked it. I said, well, he didn't. So they said to me, yes, he did, because it says it on his report. And I said, well, he didn't remove the bottom of the sofa, and he didn't do any visual inspection. So when he came the second time, I actually said to him that your report said that you'd inspected it. And he said to me, no, I can tell by looking.
Okay. Well, I need to go and have a little word with this company on your behalf, Alexander, and just work out what's going on. I mean, we have to recognise, and this is a point that I've raised many, many times before, you've got 2 sofas for 1,750 quid.
And a footstool, yes.
And a footstool. Now, we have to recognise that in the grand scheme of things, for all of that furniture, that's not a lot of money.
Is to somebody retired.
Yeah, no, listen, it is to me too. But what I'm saying to you is, in the grand scheme of things, we have to recognise that 1,750 quid for 2 sofas and a footstool is only going to buy you a certain quality of furniture. Right. It's not going to buy you furniture that is still going to be going strong in 20 years' time.
No,
I'm sorry to break that to you. But
no, I didn't expect it to last 20 years, but I expect it to last me a good, probably 10. I wouldn't have thought that was unreasonable. 10 years.
I think 10 would be pushing it, to be honest. I would suggest that you would probably, for that kind of price of furniture, you'd be going well to get 8 years out of it.
Well, I've not even had it a year yet.
No, well, and that's the point. You haven't even had this sofa that you've been sitting on, the 2 sofas, you've not even had them for a year. And already you're on your second lot of foam filling that already is sinking. There's clearly something very, very dubious about the quality of this sofa. It's not acceptable for it to be sinking in such a short amount of time. If you were coming to me saying, look, I've had it for 5 years and it's now starting to sink and I'm not feeling it's very comfortable, I would at this point be saying, well, do you know what? Cost you 1,750 quid for all that furniture. You're not, it's coming towards the end of its life now. You're not going to get, that kind of quality that you're looking for that kind of price. But you've not even had it a year. It's ridiculous.
And I say, it's the same as I said to the lady at the customer service. It's not like, I'm a 30-stone man sitting on the sofa, because I'd understand then it's not supporting. But we don't sit in it all day. As I say, we're out. We have things to do. Yeah. And when we have our tea and coffee, we sit in our other chair and sofa, which are a lot older, and they don't do what these are doing. No, and that's not a year yet.
And that's the point. That's why I kind of raised this issue of how much money the furniture costs, because I'm afraid they just don't make furniture like they used to, Alexander. Back in the day. I remember when it was perfectly normal for your 3-piece to still be going strong 20 years later. Yeah, and the only reason you'd change it is because it looked a bit old-fashioned.
It did. That's the only reason we actually changed it. It was starting to look a bit grubby, and we decorated the front room.
Exactly, but I'm afraid
with a new sofa.
I'm afraid most of the furniture now that is for sale in these swanky showrooms that you go and look round, and it all looks lovely under the lighting and all that, sitting there on their plush carpets. I'm afraid an awful lot of the furniture, if you were to actually look at the way it's made, it's cheap tat. Yeah, and unfortunately, it falls apart far too quickly. Now, look, let's see what we can do. I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail, and I'll call them this afternoon for you. Kathy purchased a fridge freezer in July of 2018. Just recently, something's gone wrong with it.
It cost £289. In February of this year, I noticed there was a lot of water running down the back wall and onto the shelves, landing in the bottom of the fridge. I spoke to the retailer, who told me it wasn't their responsibility. It was the responsibility of the manufacturer, who then referred me back. They said it wasn't their responsibility. So I sent an email in saying, actually, I thought I had a valid complaint. The qualified engineer came, within seconds said there was a very serious fault, which would involve a major repair. It was no way was it my fault. when I got the report back, it just referred to the compressor was hot and humming. And actually, the retailer then picked up on that because they said he didn't mention the word inherent. Therefore, they were unable to agree to a resolution under the Consumer Rights Act 2015.
Well, the cost of the repair for this fridge freezer was going to be pretty much the same cost of a replacement appliance. So Kathy was not very happy about any of this. She said, look, I don't believe that the fridge freezer has lasted for a reasonable amount of time. And she felt as if she did have protection under the Consumer Rights Act, and I am inclined to agree with her. And that's what I told her, and indeed told the retailer on her behalf. Kathy's back on the JVS show. Hello, Kathy.
Hello, Jonathan.
The minute you started talking about an inherent problem,
yes,
I thought, I bet I know who this is.
Really?
I thought, this has John Lewis written all over it. And
Yes,
sure
yes.
enough, it was John Lewis. I don't know why this is, and I've taken it up with John Lewis in the past, but they always want to incorporate the word inherent when they respond, and they always say, no, it's down to the customer to prove that the product had an inherent problem. Well, surely, if you have purchased a product such as a fridge freezer that comes with a whole load of gubbins in the back that you as a consumer don't touch, if you use that fridge freezer in a perfectly reasonable way and you don't damage it yourself, and if part of the gubbins in the back of it fails after 2 years, which most of us would consider to be a wholly unreasonably short amount of time for the product to have lasted, then surely it is pretty obvious that the product was sold with an inherent manufacturing component that is not up to the job, and that's why it's failed.
Exactly.
So I'll be honest with you, I thought, oh God, here we go. I'm going to have the usual old battle with John Lewis over the use of this word inherent. I'm very pleased to say I haven't had a battle with them. They've come back and they've been excellent. They've come back, they say, we are sorry to hear about the difficulties Kathy has experienced with her fridge freezer. The engineer's report provided to us did not find fault with how it was made. However, we appreciate that a fridge freezer should last longer. So as a gesture of goodwill, we have offered to refund Kathy or deliver a replacement fridge freezer free of charge.
Yes.
So is that what they've communicated to you?
That's what they said, yes. But I don't see why do we have to fight the whole time for these things? So, you know, I said to a guy phoned me this morning and said I'd obviously got this email, and I said yes. And I said to him, you know, it's all very well, but why have I had to go through all this when you could have done the decent thing right at the beginning and looked at it properly? You know, I had the engineer come out. I did exactly what I was supposed to do. He said it was faulty, a huge fault, a major fault. Why didn't they just accept it? I really don't understand them.
But Kathy, I've still got a big mortgage to pay.
Yes.
How am I going to pay it?
Pay.
If all of these companies were just to resolve matters for customers, I wouldn't have a job, would I?
I'm not so sure. It's just the decency of it. You know, 2.5 months I haven't had a fridge. I live 3 miles from the nearest shop. I've had my shopping done for me. I mean, I don't want sympathy. I want them to do something, you know, honestly.
Well, they are now.
Well, they are. But also, I must tell you this, that this morning I asked him for the labour costs back as well as the engineer coming out to me. Because in one of their emails, they said as a gesture of goodwill, they would repay me the labour costs of £96.
What did he say about that?
Well, he's, I don't know, he's a bit taken aback, I think. But he then said, well, let us know what you want to do, which I'm going to email today, and we will consider this.
What are you going to ask them for? The refund or...?
Yes, definitely. I don't want to go through this again. I'm sorry, but I had huge respect for John Lewis before, because I did think their customer care or service or after care service was really good. You know, I relied on it. you think you're dealing with a retailer who will actually do the right thing. It's the first time I've ever complained about anything, so I think I wasn't aware that this could happen, probably.
I see. Well,
Yeah,
you see,
I'm
I've
really
become
grateful to
I've
you.
become
I really am
hardened to it,
grateful.
and over the years I've dealt with. But to be fair to John Lewis, it's not just John Lewis. I deal with complaints about all of the companies really that sell electrical items such as this. But I'm very grateful to John Lewis for having accepted that they do need to resolve this in a different way, and I'm very grateful to them for offering you either the replacement or the refund. You've requested the refund. They would be, just so you're aware, they would be within their rights to take off some of the money for the use that you have had from the product.
Yes, I
Okay.
think
So
I think-
under the Consumer Rights Act, what they could do is they could say, well, look, you've had the fridge freezer for 2 years. You've had 2 years use out of it. We are deducting 2 years use, what we consider to be 2 years reasonable use, from the total that we are going to give you back. I'm only saying that to you because, and it would be great if they did indeed agree to cover that cost of your engineer coming out as well, which I think was about 90 quid.
Yes, 96.
Yeah. They may well decide to do that. They could, however, quite justifiably turn around to you and say, well, we're not taking off any discount for the use you've had of the product. We are prepared to give you a full refund for the product, but I'm afraid we're not prepared to extend to the engineer as well.
Okay.
So just so you're aware of what you're actually entitled to. Obviously, if John Lewis want to make you from an unhappy customer into a happier customer, then that's something they could do. But I'm sensing even that, to be honest,
a job at the moment, but
it's
there
not.
we go.
It's not
Yes,
going to. It's
I
not going to do it, is
understand
it?
What you're saying, I definitely do.
Have they lost a customer forever in you?
Almost.
I can sense it.
Sorry.
I can sense it.
Yeah, I really am. I found it very, very sort of hard, distressing.
It is. It's horrible dealing with consumer problems. That's why I like my job.
Well,
Because
that's why I'm glad that people like you are around. Then I had no idea I could do this.
You see, I like the job because I know myself, and I hate dealing with my own consumer problems. When you're dealing with something yourself about, something that personally affects you,
yes,
it's horrible. I know that because I'm a consumer myself, and from time to time things go wrong. I get great pleasure from being able to come into work every day and to be able to take a situation such as yours, where I know how you're feeling, and to be able to go and speak to the company and resolve matters for you. And I'm pleased that appears to have happened in your case.
Hello, Jonathan.
Good morning. I gather you have a consumer problem regarding a motorhome. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, so 5 years ago, in 2016, my husband and I bought a top-of-the-range motorhome, all singing and dancing. And just recently, we've noticed, back in March, end of March, noticed that at the top of the back of the motorhome, it's cracked and has several fractures all along the top. Okay, so when my husband noticed this, he immediately phoned the dealer, and they duly asked us if we'd hit anything. Well, of course, the motorhome's hardly left the premises because of lockdowns. So anyway, my husband said no, and they asked if we could send some photographs of this, of which my husband did. And their response was that their advisor said that because it was out of a 2-year warranty, the fascia stroke capping was not covered by that. So we, as I say, we sent photographs, and so basically we've got top of the motorhome with a crack.
So can you just explain what you mean by that? You say the top of the back of the motorhome is cracked. Do you mean the roof?
It's almost, if you imagine like a bumper at the top, it's a fascia. that is curved, that's at the very back of the top of the motorhome. So if you're standing behind it, looking up, there's a slightly curved capping, whatever the name, and that has a crack. So it's probably a depth, if you're looking up at it, of 7 or 8 inches. And then
is the crack causing a problem?
It's not causing a problem, but obviously if we wanted to sell our motorhome, someone's going to look at that and go, oh, is there water coming in, or, that doesn't look very good. So
it's not actually letting water in, but it just looks as if it might do.
Well, clearly, in my view, that could be a possibility.
Okay. And is this where you'll have to forgive me because I haven't seen it, so I haven't seen any photos of it. So I'm just like everyone listening. I'm hoping you can describe it so I can picture it in my head. This bit at the top of the motorhome where it's cracked. Mm-hmm. Is it a bit of the motorhome where, had you reversed it into something and caught it on something, that could have caused the crack or not?
Well, that's what they asked us, but, we had, as I say, it's hardly been off the premises. It's had a couple of 2 weeks last year, and
so
my husband is accustomed to driving large vehicles and not backing into things.
No. I'm not saying you have. I'm just trying to work out whether the company could just accuse you of having caused the damage because of the fact that it's kind of 5 years since you purchased it.
Well, I wouldn't have thought that all the little fractures, there's probably 10 to 20 fractures in this. And I think there would be, if my husband had hit anything, there would be some sort of denting or...
That's what I was hoping you were going to say. I was hoping you were going to say, well, no, because if we'd driven into something, there would be other damage visible, and there isn't. This is just a very isolated cracking that seems to be occurring in the plastic.
Yeah.
Now, you mentioned this is top of the range. What do you mean by that?
Top of the range, very expensive. It was a trade-in. Probably the value was $126,000.
What? £126,000?
Yes.
You could buy a house for that.
Indeed, you could.
A flat.
Almost.
Somewhere.
Yes. So it's all singing and dancing. So one would expect when you pay that kind of money that, everything would be chickadee-boo. It's not the first time we've had issues with it, and the company has not been terribly helpful.
Right. But those other issues have been resolved?
Mostly, yeah. We've resolved one ourselves, really.
Okay. Now, I presume you're speaking to me today because the company are refusing to do anything to help you. Is that right?
Well, as I say, their warranty advisor said that because the fascias only have a 2-year guarantee, that's it, it's out of guarantee.
Yeah, but I mean, forget guarantees. This is about the Consumer Rights Act. When you purchased this motorhome, the law states that the motorhome must be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and must last for a reasonable amount of time. Mm-hmm. Was it brand new?
Yes.
So you bought a brand new motorhome in 2016, 5 years later, having spent £126,000 on it.
Okay, we did a part exchange that was another motorhome that was a year old, so we didn't pay over that amount of money, but that's what the value would have been, yes.
On the invoice, what did it show was the cost of that motorhome?
I don't know what the cost was on the invoice.
Okay, well, let's assume it's £126,000. That's ultimately what has been paid for this machine, whether it was done with a part exchange or whether it was done in one cash lump sum. You've handed over a lot of money. This product must last for a reasonable amount of time.
Indeed.
Now, the company, as far as I'm concerned, they may well be within their rights to suggest to you, well, prove that this plastic is cracking because of a manufacturing defect or poor quality materials being used in the manufacturing process. Have they put the ball in your court in that regard?
No, they've just said that it's out of warranty, the coping, whichever name they've
And have you said to them, okay, well, I'm sorry that you don't understand consumer law. We will now go and have a full report carried out by someone who knows about the plastic on these motorhomes, and we will then sue you.
We haven't, because we'd had issues before and we listened to your programme on a regular basis. We thought, perhaps we're hitting our head against a brick wall. We'll try another path.
Do you know how much it would cost to repair it?
I don't know. I don't.
Have you had an independent company look at it or give you a second opinion on what might be causing the problem?
No, we haven't, no.
Okay, well, I think here's how we're going to take this forward. You need to do that. You need to get somebody else to have a look at this. What I will do in the meantime is I will go and speak to this company and explain their responsibility under the Consumer Rights Act, and let's see how they want to take it, how they want to proceed things. Because, I mean, if push comes to shove, if they don't want to do anything, you're going to have to take this to another company, get it fixed, and then sue them for however much it costs you to get it fixed.
Okay.
Okay?
Fair enough, yeah.
So that's, if push comes to shove, that's what's going to have to happen.
Okay.
Now, I don't know, but I would imagine it's going to be very expensive to get it fixed.
Just from a layman's point of view, I imagine it's just replacing this particular piece of coping. But,
Yeah, but does that... But I bet you that involves either taking off part of the roof, or I bet it's not just as straightforward. I mean, if you're talking about plastic moulding on a motorhome, it's probably all attached in some way, and I bet it's not just as straightforward as taking off the old one and popping on the new one.
I'm sure you're right, because there's solar panels and
God,
all sorts of TV aerial dish that goes up on the roof. So.
Yeah, it's going to cost a fortune, I would have thought. And that's probably why they don't want to go anywhere near it, because they're looking at this thinking, oh my God, if we have to pay for this repair, if we have to fix this, it's going to be an absolute nightmare.
Okay.
Okay, look, let's see what we can do. I think you need to get someone else to give you an independent view on what's caused it. That would be very helpful. And I suspect we're going to end up at that point anyway. Yeah. So I think it's probably a good idea to get the ball rolling there. And I'll go and have a word with the company. Let me see how much they understand in terms of their obligation to you under the law, and let's take it from there, yeah?
Okay.
Okay, what I'll do, I'll pass you back to Tara. Can we just get some detail, please, Tara?
Absolutely.
Let's go and have a word. I have to raise this with you, Irene. £126,000 on a motorhome? Do you know how many holidays, luxury holidays in 5-star hotels you could have in the Maldives?
I've been to the Maldives, and no, I prefer my motorhome.
Well, each to their own. Irene, listen, hang on there. I'm going to pass you back to Tara. Now, Tina decided to have a new kitchen. And in September of last year, she phoned a company that she found online. Well, they initially quoted that the kitchen would come to about £11,000. She agreed. She signed the contract and she paid a deposit of £3,899. But things haven't gone to plan.
He asked me to sign the agreement there and then because they're going to offer me a big discount. But before I signed that, I asked him if anything goes wrong, will I be able to get my money back? And he said yes. There is a calling off period. He showed me at the back of the form. So if I put in my cancellation before then, I should get everything back. It was a couple of days later after I've paid the deposit and the purveyor came and they were adding some more bits so the price was kind of going up. So I sent the cancellation form back. This was all within the first week. And I called the salesman to make sure that the letter has been received. And then we agreed a repayment schedule to start in February, but nothing came forward.
So Tina says she hasn't received a penny back from him, and that's why she's asked for me to go and have a word with him and try and sort things out. Well, I ended up having a very long conversation with the man who owns and runs this kitchen company yesterday afternoon. Tina's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Tina.
Hello, JVS.
Ooh, Tina. This is going to be a difficult one. I'll be honest with you. Let me just explain why. To be fair, I phoned the company and I was put straight through to the managing director. He said that as a company, because of coronavirus, and because of the fact that they were closed for months, he said, and I quote, "We have been as a business killed by COVID." He said, "We don't have any money in the company." He said, I really should just close the company down because we have no money, and he said, I'm not taking on any new customers because I don't want to make the problems that we have any worse than they already are. But he said, I'm afraid the simple fact is we as a company don't have any money in our account. He said, I have had numerous sleepless nights over all of this. He said, it's making me ill. He said, I'm so thoroughly ashamed. He said, I've been in business for a very long time. He said, I've got lots and lots of very happy customers who we've done work for over the years. And he said, I can't believe that I'm now in this situation where as a company, I'm pretty penniless. He said, the worry of it all is just getting to me. He said, I'm sorry that I haven't paid her back. He said, I recognise I need to pay her back. He said, I intend to pay her back, but I just have to try and find a way of being able to get some money together so I can pay Tina. Now, I said to him, okay, well, look, I understand all of that, and I recognise the fact that for many businesses, coronavirus has been a nightmare. I said to him, why, though, did you not take out, for example, one of the government-backed loans last year, where you could have got some money in? And he said, I know we should have done that. He said, I can't go into details as to why we didn't do it, but we didn't do it. And he said, we're now in a situation where he said, I am waiting for some money to come into the company from help that we have sought, but I haven't yet got that money in the account. So I said, well, look, I obviously feel very sorry for you. If I take you at your word, I said, I feel very sorry for you that you're in this situation. However, it's not Tina's fault. You know, Tina is a victim in all of this in that she has paid you nearly £4,000 and has not had a single penny back, despite having cancelled within the time frame where she was entitled to cancel. He said, I recognise that. He said, I will pay her. I said, well, how are you going to pay her? He said, I'm going to pay her in instalments. I said, well, what are we talking about here? Because there's nearly £4,000 to pay back. He said, well, I can probably get together if I cut even more corners than I've cut already. He said, I can probably pay her £500 a month. I said, okay, starting when? He said, starting in May. He said, I can pay her £500 a month. I said, yeah, but how are you going to suddenly pay her £500 a month? If you're telling me that you haven't been able to keep up with the payment plan you'd originally agreed to, how are you suddenly going to come up with the £500 a month? He said, look, I will pay her £500 a month. I said, well, I'm prepared to go and put that to Tina. He said, well, to be honest with you, he said, you know, I could just close the company down, at which point there is no money left in the company and no one's going to get anything out of me. He said, but I don't want to do that because I've worked long and hard to build this business up. He said, I've got one member of staff left. I've had to let everyone else go. He said, I've got one member of staff left. He suggested to me at one point on the phone yesterday that the way he was going to get the £500 a month was to put this member of staff onto part-time contract rather than full-time to free up some more money to pay you. But he said, you're going to have to just trust me that I'm going to pay £500 a month. He said, are you going to name me on the programme? I said, well, look, I'm a reasonable person and I'm sure Tina is reasonable as well. And I completely recognise that for many businesses, coronavirus has been absolutely devastating. I get that, and I'm sure Tina gets it as well. I will take you at your word, and if you do indeed pay Tina the £500 a month that you've agreed with me on the phone you will pay her until you've settled the full balance of £4,000, then I am prepared to draw a line under this and I will not be identifying you on the programme. However, if that doesn't happen, if Tina does not start receiving her money, then I will have a duty of care to everyone else listening to the programme and for all other kitchen companies to make sure I identify which company it is that has made an agreement and is then reneging on it. So, Tina, I said to him, I left, and this was a long conversation I had with him yesterday afternoon, I left things with him that I would come to you today and put this proposal to you and see what you want to do. What's your reaction to what he's told me?
I don't believe a word he said, because from conversations I've had with him, he always says, I don't have it. And we're going back till last September. And I know for a fact that he's opened up a new business as well, and his company's still running.
What do you mean by, and I don't want anything that will identify him, but what do you mean by he's opened up a new business?
I checked through the company's house under his name, and I know that he's opened up a new business.
Is this is another limited liability company that specialises in kitchens, is it?
I can't remember whether it was the same in kitchens, but I know that he's got a new business going.
Okay. So let's just talk about the alternative. Now, okay. I'm going to work on the basis, I'm going to take the man at his word yesterday because, I want to be fair to him. He has told me that he's going to start paying you £500 a month and will pay you that £500 until he settled the bill of £3,889.
Okay.
If he doesn't do that, then I will not consider him to be the man of his word that he told me he was yesterday, and I will be absolutely duty-bound to fully identify him on the programme.
Okay.
But I want to give him that opportunity to do that. I want to give him the opportunity to do what he said he was going to do. Okay. The other problem that you have, being absolutely frank about it, if what he says is correct, that his company does not have any money, then where else do you go on this? You made the payment how? By bank transfer, or how did you pay him?
Bank transfer.
So that's the same as handing over cash. If he closes his company, if the company is liquidated, and if there are insufficient funds left in his limited liability company with whom you have a contract, you will not get a penny back.
Okay.
So we have to look at realistically what's the best chance of you getting money back. Is it to reject the offer that's on the table today, that I've agreed with him, in principle, subject to our conversation today? Is it to reject that offer and to begin small claims court action? At which point, he certainly suggested to me on the phone yesterday, he would then be left with no alternative but to liquidate the company, and you would be left with nothing. Or is it to give him an opportunity to do what he said he wants to do, and that's to fight and try and save his reputation and his business and pay you back, albeit at £500 a month?
I guess I don't have much choice, really, so we have to give him one more opportunity.
I think so. I think so. But what I can tell you, Tina, and I said this to him yesterday, I'm prepared to take him at his word, and I'm prepared to cut him some slack on this, because I recognise that COVID has been disastrous for many businesses. But anyone who listens to my programme on a regular basis knows that I don't take kindly to being messed around. And if I get the slightest whiff that I've been messed around, if I get the slightest whiff that in fact what he said to me yesterday on the phone he has no intention of doing, I will have no hesitation whatsoever in fully identifying him and his company on my programme.
Okay.
So I want to make that clear. But shall I go back to him and say, yes, you look forward to receiving the first payment from him of £500 at the beginning of May?
Did he give you a payment date?
He suggested the 5th of May would be a date that he would be able to stick to. Give or take, he said, a day either side.
Okay, so will that be the fifth day or two going on for the following months as well?
Well, let's see.
If he pays the first payment first.
Well, let's see. Listen, if he's any later than 2 days beyond the 5th of the month, then as far as I'm concerned, he's then reneging on the deal.
Okay.
So I think we'd be fair to him. We give him the opportunity to do what he said he's going to do. And we just hope that in the meantime, nobody else closes his company down. Because that's the problem that we have. If somebody else does not have the patience that you have, and he suggested that you're not alone in terms of customers that he owes money to, then of course we have a problem on our hands. But at the moment, if it comes down to how we're going to get money back for you, the money that you in good faith paid him, at the moment I think this is the best option on the table.
Okay.
Shall I go back to him and say yes, and we'll see how things go? We'll revisit this, when is the 5th of May? So it's the 29th of April today. The 5th of May is next Wednesday. So if you and I speak in a week's time, on the 6th of May, I would hope that you are telling me you've got your first payment of £500 in your account.
Okay, thank you.
Let's start that way and see how it goes. Leave it with me, Tina. I'll go back to him and let him know that that's how we're going to proceed from here.
Okay, thank you.
Lisa came to me. She was telling me she wanted to do something really nice for her daughter.
I booked a holiday October 2019 to go to Mallorca with my daughter. It was a treat after her exams because she was supposed to do her GCSEs last year. They cancelled. They said that they were giving everyone credit notes for now, and then from September you could write for a cash refund, which I did. And since then I've been getting false promises and dead ends, basically.
Well, it cost Lisa nearly £884. And when she came to my programme, she said, I just can't get the money back out of this company, and I'm really, really frustrated. So I went off to have a word with them. Lisa's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Lisa.
Morning, Jonathan.
Now, what's rather interesting was, pre-pandemic, I had some dealings with this company, Teletext Holidays. And to be fair, it's always quite straightforward. They have a press company that deal with inquiries from people such as myself. And certainly when I encountered them before, they got matters resolved. No issue whatsoever. That all, sadly, in the last year or so, seems to have changed. And Teletext Holidays, certainly on a couple of occasions, have appeared to be less than keen on talking to me and responding to complaints. And that was exactly the case where your complaint was concerned. Yeah. Unfortunately, Teletext just refused to respond to your complaint. They refused to sort things out through my programme. They just seemed to, it would appear, pull the duvet over their heads and hope that I was gradually going to go away. Well, of course, I don't go away, and thankfully, neither do you. When you and I had our last conversation, and I explained to you that, I've identified Teletext on the programme, the only next step really that you can take would be to use the small claims court system. And you wrote a letter to them, a very good letter, informing them of your intention to pursue them through the small claims court. And in fact, last time we spoke, you'd begun the process. And to our amazement, Teletext Holidays responded, but not in a positive way. They responded to say, OK, we'll see you in court. We're going to defend ourselves. Couldn't really believe it. No. So you have quietly behind the scenes been waiting for the court date to come up so that you have your opportunity to argue that you should get the money back. I gather at the final moment things changed. Tell everyone what's happened, Lisa.
Yeah, I got a letter from the courts listing their defence. They basically said that they struggled to get everyone's money back and, because of the pandemic. But they were intending to pay me if they saw that I was fit for the claim. In the meantime, they would contact me for my bank details as they could no longer use the card details because it was over a year. So I got that letter, and then within a couple of days, I got an email from their, I don't know, escalation service, I think it was, and they said they want my bank details, so I gave them that. They said it could take up to 2 to 3 weeks. So every day I've been checking. Their defendant part was due up on the 27th of April. That was when they had to actually, put the final bit in. And I checked on the 27th, nothing. And I checked yesterday morning and I had my money back.
They've finally given you your cash?
Yeah. They haven't given me the court fee.
How much was the court fee?
It was £60.
So they've refunded you the £884, but they haven't been good enough to refund you the additional money that you'd had to pay in terms of beginning small claims court action.
No.
Well, but by doing that, it hadn't yet gone to court, had it? The court case had not yet been heard. So in effect, what they've managed to do by paying you that money is to stop it going to court.
Yeah, because in that letter that they sent with the defence, I had two options. I could either carry on taking it to court or take it to mediation, and I sent off the form to say that I would be taking them to court.
Right.
So they've obviously got that and thought, right, we better pay this one, I suppose.
Well, it's just such a shame that a company like Teletext Holidays, that have gone from being a company that that would have resulted, I put it to you and I put it to everyone listening that pre-pandemic Teletext Holidays would have paid you this money. They would have sorted this out. And we all understand that the pandemic has had a devastating impact on holiday companies. But the fact that they didn't even have the courtesy of responding and saying, even if they just said to you, look, we're really sorry at the delay, but we are genuinely financially having difficulty paying this money back to you at the moment. Had they offered a payment plan or some means of giving you your money back, you're not an unreasonable person. I presume you would have accepted that. But they just ignored you and they ignored me and they thought this was just going to go away, or hoped it would.
Yeah, it's definitely put me off ever booking with them again.
Well, I'm very pleased that you have now got the money back. I'm not going to give Teletext Holidays the horn. I'm not going to thank them, because it has cost you, unfortunately, more money to take them to court and to begin the process of that, just so you can get your existing money back from them. And they would appear that they were prepared to take it all the way in terms of really making you wait for the longest amount of time possible before they refunded you the money.
Yeah, I think they'll just keep buying time.
Yeah, it sounds like it. And I'm sure that many holiday companies are in a similar position where they are just very much hoping that enough money will come into the business from new bookings that any obligation such as the obligation to you to refund you the money, they are then able to meet that.
Yeah.
But, the fact they have now paid you shows that they have got the money in the account. Look, we will leave it there. I'm not going to, unless you particularly want me to, I'm not going to give them the fanfare. But I will stay across this, and we will wait and see if Teletext Holidays want to at any point, and I've given them so many opportunities to respond to your complaint, if they want to at any point provide us with a response for the programme.
Yeah, I wouldn't hold your breath.
Okay. Lisa,
thank you for your help.
At least you got the money back, and I'm pleased you took it all the way and you didn't just do what some people would have done, and that's to say, oh, well, I guess I've just lost the money. You fought it. And, you've had justice, thank goodness.
Yeah, and thank you for that little push that I needed to see it through.
Oh, it's a pleasure. Well done for fighting it. Now, Colin's oven stopped working while he was cooking Sunday roast. The oven was about 5 years old. He contacted a repair company, and indeed an engineer came out the very next day.
He came, he had a look, he said, yes, the element's gone. Now, we're talking about something which is bulk standard. It's an element for an oven. This must be happening all the time. So it's nothing special or unusual. And he checked. He didn't have one on board his van, but he said that he could get one in a few days if we paid him for the elements, which was £14.86. So I paid him the £14.86 by direct debit card again. So we've now paid a total of £92.80 for this repair. Since then, I've made repeated telephone calls to them, and I get nowhere.
Well, Colin's getting exceptionally frustrated, and not surprised. I mean, they haven't been able to use their oven for ages. And Colin has been online. He's managed to source the element that would arrive within 2 weeks, he says. And he therefore can't understand why this company's not managed to get the element and get round to his house to get it fixed. Well, I promised Colin I would get a call into them and try and sort this out for him. He's back on the JVS now. Hello, Colin.
Good afternoon.
Hello, Colin. Now,
good morning, actually.
Yes, just about 10 minutes left. Now, I don't know whether you have heard from the company this morning. Have you had a call from them? You have. Okay, fine. They did message me this morning to ask whether it would be okay for them to make contact with you, and I said absolutely. But let me just go through their response. They came back, and at this stage I'm not going to identify them on the programme. They say, thank you very much indeed for contacting us on behalf of these customers. We can confirm that we have a repair job ongoing for this cooker and the part required for Colin and his wife. We as a company hold dear our family values and customer service, and we find it very disappointing that in this instance we are unable to resolve the required repair in a timely manner. We pride ourselves on our communication with our customers. However, it would seem that we've fallen short of the standards we set for ourselves, and we apologise for this. They go on to then give the details of the repair. They say on the 23rd of February, we attended the property. The engineer made notes. The part was placed on order with our suppliers, and the ETA on that part was the 12th of March 2021. The part has been chased with the supplier by our parts department each week. However, the latest update from them is a disappointing date of the 14th of May. We've been unable to secure any further information regarding a sooner ETA, and it's been unfortunate that it's an unfortunate effect that COVID has had on the availability of many components required across the business. We did in fact find several possible alternatives. However, these have also been out of stock at the same time. The nearest correct fitting for an alternative we could find was too low a wattage to progress a successful repair. The team and engineers have worked extremely hard throughout the coronavirus pandemic and lockdowns to provide an essential service in some very difficult circumstances. We've prided ourselves on helping so many people to keep their appliances running at every opportunity, and will continue to do so. However, sometimes we are limited by the parts availability, and indeed this is the case on this occasion. We are happy to refund the cost of the part required. Also, if Colin and his wife are able to source from another supplier, we would happily go and fit the part at no extra cost. As we have said, we've been unable to secure a replacement part from our suppliers. However, we have consistently ensured that we have requested updates each week from the supplier. Now, obviously, they've made contact with you this morning. What have they said to you, Colin?
Well, it's changed since they've contacted you. I had a very nice lady called Karen who's...
I don't want any names, please. It's not fair because I'm not identifying them.
No, I was just going to say she was a very nice lady, and we had a chat, and it was nice talking to her. It was made a nice change for somebody from the company to actually contact me. Anyway, it turns out that she, according to her, as of this morning, which is an amazing coincidence, they've been told that the part that I need for the cooker is not available anymore. Nobody manufactures it anymore, and it's one of those problems that you get with cookers where they're 5 years or more old that people stop making the parts. There is a part which can be obtained, which is a generic part, which will fit my cooker, but it costs £147.84 for an element.
What?
£147.84.
Well, it's not worth spending that on a cooker of your cooker's age, is it?
No. Anyway, she then said that what they're prepared to do, because of the inconvenience I've had, that they will come and fit it on Wednesday afternoon, that's Wednesday coming, that they'll do it for a reduced price of £58 less what I paid already. And I said to her, well, even I don't think that's correct. It seems an enormous amount of money. And if I'd have known this in the first place, I wouldn't have gone ahead. I'd have bought a second-hand cooker or something. So according to the lady, she said, well, look, let's come and fit it on Wednesday afternoon, and then we'll discuss it after that.
Well, no, hang on a minute. We need to sort out who's paying for what before they come and fit it.
Well, at the moment, it stands that I've agreed that I will pay this reduced cost. That's what I've already paid.
So you have agreed to that now?
Well, I've agreed it sort of, in as much that I've said, well, I think it's ridiculous, all of this, and, surely that something could have been done a long time back. And she said, well, let's talk about it after it's done. Let's just get it done and we'll talk about it.
But I'm still a bit confused.
To make some sort of deal, I hope.
No, but it sounds as if you've agreed to the deal.
Well, yes.
Well, if you've agreed to the deal, then the deal's not going to change, is it? Because you've agreed to the deal.
Well, it might do. Who knows? She has said, let's talk about it after it's fitted.
Well, look, let's just talk about what options are available to you. As far as I'm concerned, I think it stinks that you're in this position and have been left in this position since February. They talk in their response about communication. This is all about communication. Now, surely a company in this line of business would have been able to identify if they were not going to be able to get hold of that part in the future for your cooker. And they should have come back to you much sooner. They should have said to you, we're really sorry, we've tried to find the element, we can't obtain the element. And you therefore would have been in a position to make a decision as to what to do, whether to just replace the cooker or to try and source it yourself. But instead, it feels as if you've just been left hanging on.
Well, according to her, by an amazing coincidence, they only found out this morning that this part is not available and they have to have this more expensive part.
You said that you'd sourced the part yourself?
Yes. I am now informed by the lady that the manufacturer, their website, I haven't actually checked this, but according to her, that part's not available on their website now.
Right.
I haven't checked that, to be honest with you.
Can you go and check that? Because I think that's quite crucial. Because if it is still available, then I think what I would be doing is contacting the manufacturer to say, can I just confirm, are you still selling this part for this particular cooker that I have? If they say no, we have discontinued it, well, at least then we know where we stand. But if they turn around and say, yeah, that's fine, we can get you one in a couple of weeks' time, well, I don't think you should necessarily automatically jump to the agreement that it would appear you've made with them. However, I wasn't there on the call with them today, so I don't know whether you've actually accepted it. It sounds like you have. You've accepted it, and it sounds as if they're probably now ordering that part in for you as a result.
Yeah, at the end of the day, we're stuck without an oven, and we've been without an oven for such a long time, and it's... I just want to be able to, be able to cook some meals.
Yeah. No, I accept that, and I accept that you feel as if you're running out of options, and you just want to do something to get that cooker up and running. Let me go back again. So, what have they asked you to pay? They've asked you to pay another 50-odd quid.
No, £58 something. I can't remember the actual amount.
So another 50-odd quid for
less what I've already paid, less the £17 odd that I've already paid for an element.
Oh, so the £17 is off the £58, or is that right?
Yes, it's to come off it. Yes.
Okay. Well, let me go and have a little chat with them, and let's see what we can do. Okay, what I'm going to do, leave it with me. I will go back to them. I'll have a conversation. We'll take it from there. Okay.
Okay, yes, thank you.
All right, leave it with us.
At the end of the day, obviously, we just want the cooker put right. And if it costs £1 or two, I'm prepared to pay a few pounds. But it's just you you can't survive without an oven for such a long length of time. It's just impractical, isn't it?
What is rather intriguing is that while you've been talking, my team have been checking the manufacturer's website, and the element does still seem to be listed on their website.
Oh, right.
So this is all very peculiar. Let me go and have another conversation with them, and I'll talk to you tomorrow. Tracy came to me. She was telling me that her son kept telling her there was a problem with her hearing. So she booked an appointment to see if her ears needed to be cleaned out.
The service cost me £60, and they advised me that I should go to one of the high street hearing centres and actually go and get my ears tested as the next sort of step. And the audiologist said it was partially full of wax and obscuring the ear canal. And I said, oh my goodness, I've only had an appointment 9 days ago to have wax removed, and they told me my ears were completely free of wax, both of them. I said, could this have accumulated in sort of 9 days? And she said, absolutely not.
Well, Tracy got in touch with the company that she'd paid the £60 to and said, look, I'm not very happy with this. I paid you this money to have the wax cleaned. You told me there was no wax in my ears, but there clearly is. But she said they didn't want to know. So she's now going to go to another company to have the wax removed, and she feels as if this original company should pay the bill. Well, if you are listening to the programme, you will know that the company came back with a very different version of events, but things have changed again since then, and I'm not very impressed. Tracy's back on the JVS show. Hello, Tracy.
Afternoon, Jonathan.
Good afternoon to you. So, you will recall from our conversation yesterday, when I contacted the lady that runs this company, and I should just point out, and I am going to identify them, this company, did you just come across them on Facebook?
I came across them on another local social media page that's for your local area kind of thing, but not Facebook, no.
Okay. And did you kind of, did you do any research on them? Had they been around for a long time, or...?
I didn't do any research. She texted me, she told me, I'm not sure how much I can say and how much I can't, but she texted me and told me their history of working in the ear care industry, and that they were both qualified nurses. So I was quite happy from that information that, you know, they were reputable.
Okay. My advice to everybody listening to the programme is always just be a little bit careful, particularly when you come across people on social media. Make sure you do some digging around, make sure you do some research, have a look at how long they've been in business, check out their proper company website. If a company's only details appear to be a Facebook page, you should certainly be asking the question, why is that? Why would their only existence as a company be a Facebook page, rather than all the usual ways that people establish themselves as proper bona fide companies? Now, as you will recall from our conversation yesterday, when I spoke to this lady, the lady said to me that when they came out to your house and they looked in your ears, she said the ears were completely clear of wax.
Yeah.
She said, Tracy then came back to us and said that one of the ears had got wax in it. And she said, we've offered to go back. We wouldn't recommend, she said, unless the ear was actually blocked with wax, we wouldn't recommend syringing it unless it was necessary. Because you don't want to be syringing ears that aren't blocked with wax, because you can cause ear infections and all those kinds of things. But if Tracy absolutely wants us to go back and syringe that ear, we're more than happy to do it. And she said, we have offered that. Well, when I spoke to you yesterday and put that to you, you were very taken aback. You said that's not the case. She's never spoken to me. She has not offered me that they will come back and syringe the ear. And you said, from the text messages that I have from this company, they've been adamant they're not prepared to do anything.
Yes.
Okay. So I went back again to speak to her yesterday. Now, this is where I started to get a bit grumpy. Because when I phoned this lady yesterday and said to her, right, now look, I want to just talk to you because I've now had the conversation with Tracy. She says that she's never had a conversation with you on the phone. And in fact, the communication has been done by text message, and at no point have you ever offered to go back. She then said to me, well, I left her a message on her voicemail on Saturday. She said, I left her a message on her voicemail and I explained that we were prepared to go back in the voicemail on Saturday. Now, do you recall having received a voicemail from her on Saturday?
No, definitely not. What I've done this morning is I've sent your researchers a copy of every single call log and voice log and text log that I have. There was only one voice message that I've already read out on the air to you, and that was sent on a Friday, the 23rd of April. So no, I've had nothing since then at all.
Okay. Well, she said to me yesterday that she'd called and she'd left you a message on Saturday. Now, listen carefully, because this is the crucial bit. She said to me, I offered during the voicemail to go back and to go back and sort it out. I said, right, well, can I just establish then? So are you telling me that there is a voicemail where you clearly offered, as you said to me yesterday during the conversation, you clearly offered to go back and to syringe her ears and clear out the wax? At that point, she said, well, when you phoned me yesterday, I was in IKEA and I couldn't really hear what you were saying. I said, well, you seemed to be hearing what I was saying because we had a conversation and I took notes from our conversation, and you clearly said to me that you offered to go back and to clear her ear, but she said she just wanted the money instead. She said, well, I was in IKEA yesterday and I couldn't really hear what you were saying. I said, but are you telling me today that voicemail message that you left for Tracy on Saturday clearly says you will go back and syringe her ear? She said, well, no, I mean, it didn't say that we go back and syringe her ear, because we would never recommend syringing ears unless it was necessary, because you could cause an ear infection. I said, but hang on a minute. You told me yesterday that you'd offered to go back and to syringe her ears. You said to me yesterday, you'd told Tracy that even if you didn't believe it was the right thing for her, if she really wanted to have her ear syringed, you'd go back and do it. Now it transpires you haven't ever made that offer to her.
And not only that, Jonathan, they also told you that my response to that was that I didn't want that service, I just wanted the money. So they even fabricated a response to a conversation that didn't take place. They fabricated a response from me as well.
I don't know what was fabricated. My duty is to give companies an opportunity to respond to complaints, to listen carefully to what they say, to make notes to make sure that I'm being accurate in my reporting of what those companies say, and then to report back duly. Yeah. If a company gives me information that turns out to be a load of hogwash, don't expect me to take it lightly, because I do take notes when I speak to people. I make sure that I know what I'm talking about, and I know what are the important points that a company is making. And this company told me very clearly they had offered to go back and clear the wax, but you didn't want that, you wanted money instead. Well, it now transpires from the conversation I had with them yesterday that they have not offered that to you. So what she said before was nonsense. And when I put it to her that it was nonsense, she then tried to explain that she hadn't really heard what I was saying properly the day before because she was in IKEA. Well, I'm sorry, but if you're running a business and if you're distracted because you're in a shop and you've got someone from the BBC talking to you about a customer complaint, you say to that person, I'm really sorry, I'm in IKEA at the moment. Can you give me 20 minutes and I'll call you back? Give me your number and I'll call you back when I can get somewhere quiet so I can hear what you're saying. She seemed to be able to hear perfectly well what I was saying the day before because she responded accordingly. If she was distracted and as a result of being distracted wasn't really concentrating on being accurate in what she was telling me, that's not my fault, that's hers. Yeah. Now, at that point, she then said, well, the only way Tracy is going to get a refund is if she takes me to court. And at that point, the phone went dead.
Wow.
Now, in a situation like that, I always call a company back because, as we all know, sometimes mobile phones can just cut people off. Yeah. And what I would hate to do is to wrongly assume that someone has put the phone down on me, when in fact it was just their phone cut them off. So I phoned her back and I left a message for her. I gave her my telephone number and I explained that I would be discussing the complaint and discussing her company on the programme today, and I have not received any call back from her whatsoever. Now, the company that you had organised, and as I say, this appeared to be the only details for this company appeared to be a Facebook page, and the company seemed to be calling themselves Ear Care Bedfordshire. Not to be confused with any other similar sounding names, but Ear Care Bedfordshire was the Facebook-based company that you used. Their Facebook page today now seems to have gone, Tracy.
Wow. Okay. Wow.
So, I mean, let's just talk about what your options are. Do you have the full name and the full address for this company?
No, all I have now is their business card, which just has a first name on. They both actually share the same first name. I have a telephone number and a first name for each of them, and their business name.
So you don't. So there's not even on their company business card any physical address for the company.
No.
Okay.
No.
Well, I think, to be absolutely honest with you, then you are on a hiding to nothing.
Okay.
Because if you haven't got a surname for whoever was running Ear Care Bedfordshire from Facebook, if you don't know the surname of the person, if you haven't got an address, then in terms of filing them with small claims court papers, it's not going to be possible anyway. They appear to have taken their Facebook page down.
Okay.
The way that they responded yesterday on the phone to me was wholly unprofessional, and the fact that they haven't responded is wholly unprofessional. I always try to be fair when I speak to a company, and I always give them the benefit of the doubt, because believe it or not, Tracy, sometimes people who call into my programme don't tell me the full truth.
Sure.
They ask for my help and they don't tell me the full truth, and it's my job to find out what is the truth. And that's why I always try and be as fair as I possibly can be to the company concerned, and I give them an opportunity to tell their side of the story. But when their side of the story starts to not add up, well, don't expect me to just take it lying down. I'm not impressed by that, and that's exactly what has happened in this case.
Yeah.
Tracy, I have a horrible feeling you're going to have to just draw a line under this and write it off to a very bad experience.
Okay.
There is there are lots and lots of companies out there who do proper professional microsuction on the ears that are well-known, reputable firms that you may even find in your high street that have been around for many years. And many of those companies, you will note, if you approach those companies, even have offers where they say to you, we'll have a look, this is how much we charge for microsuction. In the event that you don't have any wax, we don't charge you.
Yes, that's correct, Jonathan.
So in future, and I'm just saying this as a bit of advice for other people listening to the programme, in future, if you decide that you are concerned that your ears are full of wax and you'd like to have them cleaned, do your research, use good reputable companies that have been around, and find companies that will give you a similar kind of assurance whereby if they find you haven't got wax, they're not then going to charge you.
Yeah. I think I'll take the details from that one in Argentina from you.
Well, sadly, you can't go there anyway at the moment. But even if you did, I think the airfare might cost much more than it would cost you to go to somewhere locally. I'm sorry, Tracy. I think you've just had a very bad experience, and I think you're going to have to write it off to one of those things that at least it will be a story to tell.
Yeah. Well, Jonathan, I've got one more little, not trick, but idea up my sleeve that I can't discuss with you on air because I think it would give out too many details. But I will keep you informed because I don't think they're going to be hard to track down if the backgrounds that they told me they had were correct. So,
well, that's useful.
For other people, I would like to take it further forward.
Okay, well, that's useful. And obviously, if there's anything else you can keep me in the loop on,
certainly,
that would be very helpful as well. But all I can say at the moment is that the story from Ear Care Bedfordshire on Facebook, not to be confused with any other companies, and as I say, their Facebook page appears to have now been taken down, or it's certainly not active at the moment. The story completely changed from one day to the next. They put the phone down on me, it would appear, and they haven't called me back to discuss this complaint again since our communication yesterday. So people be aware. Now, look, just keep me posted if you will, and I will keep across this as well, and we'll take it from there, Tracy.
Thank you ever so much for your help. I really appreciate that, Jonathan.
Mel's on the line. Hello, Mel.
Hello.
Hello. Right, I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it, Mel, without naming any company names, please.
Of course, yes. So I am a manager at a sheltered housing scheme, and one of my residents booked a flight to Japan early last year in February. And it was booked for November the 1st. And as the year went on and the pandemic was growing larger and we were going into lockdown, the resident found out that if he was going to go ahead with his flight to Japan, he found this out in September, that he would go into isolation as soon as he got to the country, and it would have been for the duration of his holiday. Therefore, he wanted to speak to the airline to see if he could get a refund. So we went onto their portal to find out what we could do about this, and it appeared that the only thing we could do was to get the money put into a voucher to use at a later date. And as this appeared to be the only option, this is what we went ahead and done, thinking that we'd be able to then phone them up and speak to somebody to claim a refund, explaining the situation. And we've been in contact with the airline quite a lot recently with the complaints department, and all we seem to seem getting is scripted replies from the complaint department explaining that we've entered into terms and conditions with the voucher, and once you've entered into these terms and conditions, you can't get a refund.
Yeah, I would suspect that's probably correct. Did you, at the point of trying to deal with this for him, did you actually read the terms and conditions?
It wasn't very clear, so it was a lot of small prints that we didn't really understand. So, in all honesty, we didn't understand what we were reading, and we didn't think it would be that complicated.
Right. Did you call the airline to ask for the money back instead?
We have, and I've also explained to them my resident's 83 years of age and his health has declined, and he's not well enough to fly anywhere and won't ever will be again, unfortunately. So if he can't get this money refunded, and it's £600 plus, then he's simply going to lose it. And the only other option they've been able to give us is that somebody else can use the voucher and give him the money, which isn't an option either. So they're basically saying you've got to accept losing this amount of money because they won't refund it.
Certainly my experience with airlines and how they've dealt with coronavirus, many of them have obviously offered vouchers for passengers.
Yeah.
And they've obviously hoped that people would accept the voucher rather than asking for a refund, because that then means that the business gets to keep the money sitting in their account. In my experience, the airlines, as part of the process of agreeing to a voucher rather than a refund, you then accept the terms whereby your ability to then claim a refund disappears. You are then only liable for a voucher because you've accepted the voucher. That's what most airlines, that's what most of their policies are. So it does not surprise me what you're saying. It sounds fairly run-of-the-mill. So they're saying you accepted the voucher, you're only entitled to a voucher, we've given you the voucher, we're happy to honour the voucher, we're not giving you your money back.
That's it, exactly that. Even though we've explained to them that, the age of the resident being 83 years of age and his health declined since he booked it in February last year, and he won't be well enough to even do a short-haul flight anywhere, let alone use the voucher going forward. So he simply is just losing this amount of money, and it's not a small amount of money to lose, unfortunately.
But he was planning to go to Japan.
He was.
Right, so I presume his health has deteriorated quite a lot then, because, that's a very long way away.
It is, yes, and it has, yeah. In the last year, he's gone downhill ever so quickly, unfortunately.
Oh, dear. And what about travel insurance?
No, he didn't get travel insurance either. It was something he was going to do closer to the time. So he booked the tickets in February, and he also booked the accommodation. The accommodation wasn't a problem. We were able to sort that out, and it was separate to the airline. But he was going to get his travel insurance closer to the time. So unfortunately, he didn't get that at the time of booking his ticket either.
Just as advice for you and for him and for everyone else listening to the programme, that's a massive mistake.
Yes.
I know it's something that loads of people do. They book a holiday or a flight or whatever, and then they think, oh, it's okay, I'll just take out my travel insurance, a few days before I go. The whole point of travel insurance is it protects the booking against unexpected things happening.
Yes.
Now, if you're booking a flight in February time to go in November, anything could happen in your life between then and when you're due to travel. You could get ill. Someone you're due to travel with could get ill. You might end up in hospital. You might have a car accident the week before. All these things that could occur that would then mean that booking is in jeopardy. That's what you take insurance out for. So always take out travel insurance to run from the minute you've booked the trip to cover you for any unexpected things that crop up.
Yes. Right. Yes, a lessons learned thing I think we're going to take away from this experience, definitely. Yeah. And I will ensure my other residents are aware, bless them.
And look, I mean, that's something that so many people do. I completely understand, because very often a flight or a holiday is quite expensive. So you think, oh, I don't want to spend another X amount of money on insurance when I've just spent all that money out on the holiday. I'll do it closer to the time. I completely get the logic.
Yes.
But unfortunately, you're just leaving yourself really vulnerable. Anything can happen in life in the run-up to a trip. Before you even get to the airport, anything can happen. And the whole point of travel insurance is it covers you. Right, let me just lay my cards on the table.
Okay.
I don't believe he's entitled to a refund.
Okay.
I don't believe there's anything I can do to force the airline to give him a refund. It may well be that he's lost £600+.
Okay.
However, I do recognise that what you're talking about here are some exceptional circumstances as well.
Yes.
He's an 83-year-old man who's not in the best of health. The ability to use the voucher is probably going to be non-existent, based on what you're telling me.
Yes.
So let me go and have a word with the airline just to see if there is anything else they could do to help.
Oh, we'd very much appreciate that. That'd be brilliant.
Well, I'm happy to do that, but I just need to manage your expectation that if they turn around and say, sorry, no, I can't then take it any further. If they turn around and say, I'm sorry, but we're not prepared to help him any further than that, the voucher still stands, that's it.
Yes.
I can't then apply pressure from the BBC to try and force them to do more. Because they're not entitled to, and it would be wrong of me to force a company to do something that they don't actually have to do, just because I'm calling them from the BBC. So I just need to kind of make you aware of that. But in terms of, can I give them a call just to see if I can persuade them to do any more? I'll happily give it a try. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, no, we'd appreciate that. But yes, we do understand it's possible that it might not have any impact, but. Yeah, we appreciate you trying.
And I'm just basing that on what I suspect was in the terms and conditions at the time of accepting the voucher. I'm fairly confident the terms and conditions would have stated, by agreeing to this voucher, you forfeit your right to a refund in future. Yes. That's probably the kind of thing that it said in the terms and conditions at the time. Let's see what we can do. I'm going to pass you back to Tara. Tara, can we just get a bit of detail, please? And let's get a call into this airline and just see if they're prepared to do any more. But I think they may well not be prepared to do any more, because let's also be honest about it, the airlines are not in the best of situations at the moment, and many of them are hanging on by a thread themselves anyway, so they really don't want to start giving people money back if they don't have to.
No.
Let's see what we can do, though. Mel, I'll pass you back to Tara, OK. Amanda's mum decided to update her Regency-style luxury sofa. Originally, she was going to have the sofa recovered, but because it's awkward to get out of the house, well, it was recommended that she had loose covers fitted instead.
A representative measured up, and my mum chose some striped fabric, a 1 centimetre striped Regency fabric. And then she was advised at the time that due to the bow of the sofa, the style of it. There could be some pleating, but she wasn't advised how much or where it would actually be on the sofa. In total, it's £742, so it wasn't a cheap option. But when the covers arrived and they were fitted by the representative, you could see there on the top of the bow of the sofa, there are 4 large pleats that have been machined at the top, and they're all facing the same direction. So it completely ruins the effects and distorts the stripes. The arms do not fit flush to the sofa, and there's a lot of puckering around the arms. You know, it was a lot of money, and it should have been something that's quite a centrepiece in the room, is now covered up with a throw.
Well, I've had a look at the photos of these covers, and as far as I'm concerned, how to ruin the look of this kind of luxury sofa. Well, it's a beautiful piece of furniture. Wouldn't look right in my house. But if you've got the right kind of house with the right kind of furniture for it to go with, it's a really lovely piece of furniture, and you would want it looking nice, and it looked like a right old mess. I don't mean to be rude, but Amanda's back on the JVS show. Hello, Amanda.
Hello, hi.
It's all wrinkly. The fabric all over the arms was saggy. It just looked dreadful, didn't it?
It did indeed, yeah. It did. It wasn't a good fit.
No, and I was surprised that this company that specialise in loose-fitting covers, I'm surprised that they could be proud of that work, to be honest. I got a call into them, and they, to be fair to them, they whirred into action immediately and said, OK, we're going to contact our customer, we're going to get this sorted out. They then emailed back to say that they'd been in communication with you, and that actually they had decided the best thing to do was to get the covers back and to give your mum a full refund. Now, that's interesting in itself, isn't it? Because I'd kind of expected them, Amanda, to have a second go at making them. You'd kind of think that you would, wouldn't you? I mean, if you're in the business of fabric covers for furniture, and you've suddenly got the BBC coming to you saying a customer's really unhappy, we've looked at the photos and it looks like you've done a terrible job, which is kind of what I said to them, to be honest, you'd like to think that they would think, right, well, let's use this as an opportunity to try and show that we can do this kind of thing really nicely. Let's offer to make them again and do it beautifully. But they didn't. They just seemed to want to cut their losses. So maybe, on reflection, when they looked at the furniture, maybe they did think to themselves, do you know what, with this style of furniture, with this shape of furniture, we're never going to get the covers looking very good. So rather than just waste any more time or effort, let's just cut our losses now and give her money back. Now, you were going to get the covers sent back to them. What's happened since we last spoke, Amanda?
So the covers have been returned, and we received a phone call this week to say they've received them.
Good.
And then the company acknowledged that they'd issued a cheque last night in the post. It hasn't arrived as yet. We haven't had the post through as yet, but they have issued a cheque for the full refund.
Okay, good. And how much was it that you'd spent in total on the covers?
It was £742.
Right. And what's your mum going to now do with the furniture and with getting it reupholstered? Has she made any inquiries?
Yes, she's had a reupholsterer that's been recommended to her, a local one, and she's seen examples of his work. So she's going to be in contact with them and going to have it properly reupholstered rather than loose covers. And
just out of interest, has she got any idea as to how much it would cost to have it properly reupholstered?
It's quite comparable. It's quite a comparable price. It would just depend on the type of material that's used, but it's a comparable option.
I think, to be honest with you, covers probably look okay on furniture that is designed to look a bit more kind of relaxed and furniture. Do you know what I mean? The kind of sofa where it just looks as if you're supposed to fall into it.
Yes.
Probably covers that gradually do get a bit loose fitting over time. You would imagine that would kind of look okay. But on this Regency style furniture, I mean, the kind of sofa your mum's got, it would look in keeping in, Windsor Castle or Buckingham Palace, wouldn't it? It's that kind of furniture.
Yes, it is.
You don't want some saggy old bit of fabric all dangled over the top of it. I mean, it's not how it should look at all. So
no, it's a formal piece. So it does need to reflect that. But, they did say, the company, that with their covers, you would constantly be having to keep tucking them in and repositioning them every time someone had sat on them, which I think would have been,
What
not
a
the
faff.
best option. Yeah, a lot of hassle for the look. So, but yeah, so hopefully the check should be with us. Hopefully today, tomorrow.
Marvellous. Well, look, can you please keep me posted? I'll give the company just a tiny bit more, but I'm still keeping back the final honkage until you've got the money back. And I do hope that when your mum has had them properly reupholstered, I hope you'll send me a photo, because I would love to see them looking beautiful and how they should look.
Absolutely, we will do. But thank you so much for all that you've done for us. It's just been amazing.
Well,
absolutely fabulous.
It's an absolute pleasure. Amanda, we will talk, hopefully, in positive terms next week. Shama ordered some trainers for her husband. But when he opened the box, well, he saw something that he wasn't expecting.
You know, when you get some shoes or you order stuff, they normally come with stuffing, don't they? They have, like, the paper inside the shoe. Yes, it was all shredded up. So you know how you'll find in a rat cage or something like that? It's all been chewed up, and the shoes were marked as well. I had brown stains on them, the stain on the front of them, like a wet mark, and some appeared to be like vermin feces on them. My husband's like, well, what is this? And I was like, what are you talking about? Because I wasn't home at the time. He sent me some photos over. We were horrified. Clearly there had been an animal inside them. They were disgusting. When we looked up to see, you know, about complaints and stuff, there was one that somebody else had posted on a social media site that they had found the actual rat or whatever inside the box.
Well, Shama was not happy with the company's response. 10% off their next pair of trainers and free delivery. So I promised Shama I'd get in touch with the company to try and get an idea from them as to how this had happened. And, well, any assurance as to whether or not it was likely to happen to anyone else. Hopefully not. Unfortunately, though, when I spoke to Shama after the programme, when I looked up the company that she'd purchased these trainers from, well, I was extremely disappointed to see who it was. And I thought to myself at the time, oh dear, we're not going to have much luck. Now, I was hoping to say hello to Shama. Oh, she's back now. Shama, you disappeared on me just seconds ago. Don't go anywhere, will you?
No, it's my phone that's playing up a bit. I don't know why, but it just cut you off.
Are you one of those people that's got rid of a landline?
Yes,
Ugh.
I am.
Oh, for goodness
I have a landline somewhere, God knows where.
Well, you should find your landline. I'm a big lover of the landline. In fact, one day I'm going to launch a Bring Back the Landline campaign. Oh, I'd love that.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good idea, actually.
I think so. We could finally have conversations that don't drop out. Now, as I was just mentioning, when I saw the company that you'd purchased these trainers from, my heart did sink because communication with this company is not generally very successful. And I'm afraid to say all of my fears have been confirmed.
Right.
The company that you purchased the trainers from is Sports Direct.
Indeed.
I have contacted Sports Direct now on several occasions to make them aware of the complaint, to give them an opportunity to respond, to explain why rat droppings were found in the box, along with evidence of rodents having been living in the box of trainers. They have not responded, apart from a generic automated email that I've had back from their customer service department to suggest that they are aware and will be in touch. I have had absolutely no response from them whatsoever.
Right, okay. Sounds about right, because I received the email, and I don't know if it's a generic one or whatever, to say thank you, the matter's all resolved, and if there's anything else, you know, kind of get back to us or let us know. And that's the second time they've done that to me. And I thought, well, I haven't corresponded, so I don't know why you think the matter's resolved. The last email to you was to say that I wasn't happy, that I've still got an email to say, you know, like, that the call is kind of closed.
Well, unfortunately, and just to kind of reiterate what they had said to you when you first complained, they have indeed agreed to replace the trainers for you, yes?
Yeah, okay, yeah.
So, in terms of whether or not you could take this any further, I don't believe there is any point in trying to take things further. Because in terms of the offer they have made to you, the offer that they have made to you of replacing the trainers would be considered, if this were to go to the small claims court, perfectly reasonable and acceptable. The whole reason for you wanting to come to my programme and wanting me to raise this with them was to seek an explanation as to how this could have happened. how on earth can a big company like Sports Direct, who are sending out items of sports clothing, sports equipment and sports shoes, how could they possibly allow a box of trainers that have evidence of rodents having lived in them to a customer? How could that possibly happen? And that was a perfectly reasonable thing for me to seek an explanation from them on. However, they have not taken the opportunity to do that. So just be aware, ladies and gentlemen, should you decide to buy some trainers from Sports Direct, it would appear, based on Shamma's complaint, you may well find that the trainers will arrive with evidence of rat droppings and rodents having lived in that box, and you will not be able to, based on the experience I have had, seek any explanation from Sports Direct as to why that has happened. Sorry, Shamma. I think that's as far as you're going to be able to take it.
It is what it is.
Well, it's not acceptable. It's not acceptable, because you would like to think, and we all understand, that they're probably sending out huge volumes of sports, equipment and shoes and clothes and all that kind of stuff. I'm sure they're sending it out. But there must have been evidence in the box that the trainers were not as they should be. And surely you'd like to think that before they package up the box and before they send it off to a customer, someone opens the lid of it and just checks it to make sure it's all okay.
Yeah, and even sometimes to make sure, the right sizing, because, they're in boxes, because the outside packaging was not damaged. So it's clear it had been in there before. Like, if they'd checked, they would have seen that, and then, sent out something a bit more worthy of sending out. But like I said, you've tried and I've tried, and we're not really getting very far. So and
I'm afraid, I would love to be able to say to you, yes, well, Sports Direct have said this, that, and the next thing, and they've given an assurance that this won't happen to anyone else. Sports Direct, I'm afraid, have not even shown me the courtesy of sending any kind of response to your complaint whatsoever. And more importantly than that, they have not shown the courtesy to everybody listening to this programme, that they wanted the opportunity to address the complaint and to reassure anyone. So just be aware of that when you come to buy sports equipment and sports shoes, and just be aware of the fact that they have not given any assurance this will not happen to anyone else.
Okay.
Shamma, we will leave it there. If you do hear any more, if Sports Direct come back to me, then of course I will be in touch with you. But as things stand at the moment, they don't appear to want to talk about this at all.
That's fine. Yeah, if I hear anything, I will be sure to let you know. And thank you so much for trying.
It's a pleasure.
I really appreciate it.
It's a pleasure. And Sports Direct, if you're listening to this, and if you would like to actually respond and show my listeners the courtesy of providing a response, we'd obviously love to hear from you. You can either call, you can provide an email response to the emails I have already sent you, to both your press department and your customer service department. Alternatively, you can just email me directly. Alexander purchased 2 sofas and a footstool for £1,750. He got a 2-seater and a 4-seater. But it wasn't long before he spotted something going wrong, particularly with the larger one.
Where we were sitting, cushions was dipping and they wasn't recovering, and then it started to look like the material was all going baggy and sagging and everything else. So we contacted the company. They sent out their technician, who had a look and said, yes, they are dipping. He took some photos and said that he's going to put on his report to replace the foam. We've had the cushions replaced, and the second lot is doing exactly the same as the first lot. The technician came out and agreed they were sagging again, but then I had a phone call from the company, and they basically said we're sitting in them incorrectly and we're sitting in them for too long. It's not like, I'm a 30-stone man sitting on a sofa, because I'd understand then it's not supporting. We don't sit in it all day. As I say, we're out. We have things to do. And when we have our tea and coffee, we sit in our other chair and sofa.
Well, the furniture's not even a year old, so why is it going this way? I've been off to have a word with the company to give them an opportunity to resolve the matter, and Alexander's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Alexander.
Good morning.
Good morning to you. The company concerned is Sofology, and they've come back with this response. They say, thank you for your email in respect of your listeners' concerns, which we take very seriously. As a specialist retailer, we are very aware that comfort is subjective, which is why we offer many variations and levels of comfort across our range of sofas. This particular sofa is designed to be a soft sit, and so the density of foam and support is specified to achieve that snug feel which many customers seek. The range has been available to purchase since 2017, and we've sold in excess of 10,000 items with a very small complaint rate of 1%. As Alexander and his wife told us some months ago that they were unhappy with this level of sit support, we have already replaced the foam cushions. We do not regard the sofa cushions as faulty and are clear that this particular sofa is designed to perform in this manner. We do have other firmer foam options within our range, but they're more expensive than the range in question. Having spoken directly with Alexander, we recognise that his sofa is not meeting his personal expectations. So as a gesture of goodwill, we have offered a full refund and collection. Alexander has declined our offer, preferring that we cover the cost of alternative foam, as he remains happy with his sofas. The customer will source the parts himself, and Sofology will arrange new fabric covers for him at no charge. Alexander is happy with this resolution. So is that your understanding of how things have been left, Alexander?
They have. I did get, the day I was on your show, I did get a phone call at 5:30 from the lady, and they said that there's no available foam in that range. And then I did get a phone call yesterday, late afternoon, with a reiteration about they would give me a full refund and I could pick something from their range.
Why did you not go for that?
Because my wife really likes the sofas. She loves them. We have been looking for over a year when we chose this sofa. We'd been to the other places, but my wife really likes this one, and she's just disappointed with the comfort. When we sat in them in the shop, they wasn't like that. They was firm, and exactly the same as when we bought them and they arrived, they was firm, but the cushions don't stay firm. So, of course, this is where our dilemma is. I have actually been on to the lady contacted me back yesterday, and we did agree that she would replace the cushion, the casing, the fabric, and I would source some foam, and then they would pay me for the foam.
But how are you going to do that? Because
I've been out this morning because I found a local man, a furniture upholsterers, and I took the cushion, one of the cushions in question, round to him and asked him. Obviously, I'm not going to say what he said anyway, but he can supply me, and what he's actually done at the minute, he's given me 2 samples. They're not the right fit, and they haven't got the casing on. We've got them on the sofa now, and they feel so much better. They're not collapsing. When I get out the chair, they're there. They're back again. With the ones that I've got from the furniture store, they don't recover. I purposely didn't puff them up last night, but this morning when I took them round, you can see when you touch the fabric part you sit on, you can feel it gives way because there's nothing there. It's just like air until you get to a point where the cushion or the casing does touch the foam inside. So this bloke's going to give, the one I've been to, the gentleman this morning, he is going to give me a price, and he's going to send it to me once he's found out the price of the foam I've picked.
And what's going to be different about the foam that he's going to supply you with, as opposed to the foam that Sofology have used in these sofas?
Well, the foam that Sofology are using doesn't recover, so I end up with big dips, and if I don't turn them, the dip gets worse and worse. So when you are sitting the sofa, it's starting to hurt the back because it feels like there's no support.
And
well,
so
they
this
say that's
one is-
part of these cushions are designed to be that soft kind of feel where you
Well,
sink down into it.
Yeah, I disagree. I disagree with that because that's not what I sat on in the shop. And the gentleman at the shop, the salesman, said to me that I have to puff the back cushions because it's not a foam. It's a different stuff. It's more fluffy sort of thing. But he didn't mention nothing about puffing up the cushion. Even though we have been doing it and swapping it over, they didn't mention nothing about puffing up a cushion. It's foam. It's supposed to recover, as far as I was aware. But we've been doing it since we was told to, from the first, before we got the second lot of foam. So this way, I feel like I would keep the sofas my wife likes. I would have new cushion covers. The foam I would get from this furniture upholsterers would be the foam what we expected the sofas to come with originally.
And has he given you any idea as to how much that's going to cost?
No, I've only been round to him this morning because I only spoke to the customer service representative yesterday afternoon, so it was too late to do anything then. And obviously I had to look up one anyway, and I found one local, and I know where he lives because I've been to his workshop this morning, and I took the cushion there. He's had a look, he's going to price it, and he's going to let me know, and then what I would do is I will send that quote off because I've got the lady's mobile number, her private number, and I will send that price off to her. But even then, I'm still worried that will I get the money I've paid out for them? You know. And
I don't see why I don't see why you wouldn't, because they have confirmed in their statement that they are, as a goodwill gesture, prepared to cover the cost of the foam. So. Yeah. I presume that is something that they are prepared to do.
They'll do that. And the other thing is I hopefully, because I've only changed in the cushion, I would still have a warranty of the main frame of the sofa.
Well, I would hope so. I think it might be worth just getting something from them in writing just to confirm that the rest of the warranty on the frame will not be affected by you changing the foam that's actually used in the cushions. Well, look, I tell you what I'm going to do. For this, they can have that so far, but they're not getting the rest until you've been reimbursed for the cushions. Can you please keep me in the loop? Madhu's on the line. Hello, Madhu.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Madhu. I gather you have a consumer problem with a mini microwave. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay. So I had my fitted kitchen fitted in just over 10 years ago. And when we had this fitted kitchen in, we had all these appliances fitted into the kitchen, very nicely, all flush and everything. And after the first year went by, where it's covered under, the normal guarantee, this well-known insurance company, contacted us and said, these are no longer covered. So would you like us to cover it all for you for a monthly premium so that, you never have to worry about repairs or anything like that? If something goes wrong, we can repair it. And if it, if you can't repair it, we'll just replace it. And I said, yeah, that's fine. Not a problem. And so I've taken out a whole lot of insurance for all of my insurance, all of my equipment in the kitchen.
You do know the law gives you a lot of protection, don't you? You don't need to take out extended warranties.
I do know, but I think it was just peace of mind, having to, I thought, if I paid for it, I can just ring them up and, I don't need to,
have an argument. Absolutely. And I fully understand that there are some people who say, do you know what, I would rather pay for an extended warranty just so I don't have any kind of hassle, and if I have any problem I just phone them up and they get it all sorted out. But you don't need an extended warranty. The Consumer Rights Act, which actually it would have been the Sale of Goods Act when you had this kitchen fitted, would have protected all of these appliances for a reasonable amount of time anyway. So you would have been entitled to expect they should last for a reasonable amount of time. So how much have you been paying per month for this extended warranty?
We've been paying for over 10 years at about £8.75 a month kind of thing. So, when I think about it now, I'm thinking, oh my God, the amount of money I've already paid into this.
£1,050.
Yes. And I could have bought so many more new ones anyway.
Yes, you could have done.
About 8 weeks ago, our microwave kind of stopped heating any food or drinks or anything we'd put into it, stopped kind of heating it. And at the same time, we also had the gas hob, which was also playing up. So I said, okay, I'll give them a ring. So I rang them up and I say to them, look, this is not working and we need somebody to come out and have a look at it and fix it for us. And so they obviously give you another number. They said you have to ring up, because they've subcontracted the work out. They need to ring these people up and arrange for them to come over. And they gave us some reference numbers. So I rang them up and they said they couldn't come out for 2 weeks because, they're very busy and all the rest of it. Anyway, 2 weeks later, an engineer turns up only for the microwave. And he was there for about 10 minutes, had a look at it, tried to heat something up, couldn't heat up, and he basically said to us, I don't think this is repairable, it's beyond economical repair, and we're going to report this back to the insurance company and they will be in touch about replacing it. So I said, yeah, okay, fine. So anyway, a few days later, I got that unfortunately your microwave cannot be repaired, so we are going to offer you a replacement. Click on this link and you will be taken to a website where they've actually already listed out like 4 or 5 different models down there, and they say you can choose which one you want, and there were some if I wanted, I could actually opt to pay a little bit extra and get that one. And I chose one which looked similar to the one that we had, and I didn't have to pay anything extra, kind of thing. So I clicked on it, and I placed the order, kind of thing. Anyway, 10 days later, the microwave turned up, and we opened it up, and we found that the microwave that they've sent us is much smaller than the one that we had, which has broken down.
Well, didn't you check the dimensions of it?
Well, they told me that your microwave dimensions are this, and the replacement they're offering you is this. So I didn't check it myself because they'd already told me that your dimensions for your microwave are this, and the one that we're offering you is this. And I looked at the dimensions, and they were about 1 millimeter off from the original, that they said was what my microwave was.
So the company, the extended warranty company had suggested that they'd already selected ones that were the right size for. Is this an integrated microwave?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
so they'd already suggested that they'd check them. These are the options that will fit in the hole. Which one would you like? You selected the one based on what they had advised you would fit, but when it turned up, it was tiny.
Yes. So when I removed it, I looked at it, and I saw that, and I looked at the paperwork because it looked so small. I thought, wow, that looks really small. So I took it out, looked at it, and it's only a 20-liter one capacity that they've sent me. And I looked at my original one, and that's a 30-liter capacity. So
right, but hang on a second. Let's put literage to one side. The dimensions of it. Are the dimensions similar to the previous microwave?
No, they are not.
So how much smaller is it dimension-wise?
Considerably smaller. Considerably. There's a lot of space all around it that, you can't fill it in with anything.
Okay. So have you gone back to the company that organised that and arranged for you to have that one and said, look, this is far too small, it looks ridiculous?
That's right. So the micro was delivered on a Saturday, and the offices were closed by the time I got around to calling them. So I called them first thing Monday morning, and I said, you sent me this thing, but it's the wrong one because this is not a like-for-like replacement. Mine was a 30-liter, and you sent me a 20-liter. And in the first instance, the person on the phone said to me, no, we can't do anything about it. I'm sorry. And I said, no. You can't, because I've been paying for all this time, and I'm sure that I should expect a like-for-like replacement. You can't just send me a smaller one and say, this is what it is. Anyway, I said, look, I need to speak to a supervisor because this is just not on. So I spoke to a supervisor, and they said, okay, I'm going to raise a complaint about this, and somebody will be back in touch with you. So anyway, I didn't hear, for a couple of days, which I thought that somebody would have come back to me straight away. And so I even emailed the office of their CEO saying, look, I've been paying this for 10 years, and I feel really let down that, nobody's, that they have been sent something which is not a like-for-like replacement. Mm-hmm. Anyway, that was about 4 or 5 weeks ago. And I haven't heard anything. All I've had is a letter last week saying your complaint is being investigated. So I rang them up and I chased them up again. And Nothing. They just said, "Oh, somebody's dealing with it. There's nothing we can do about it."
Would you like me to get a little call into them?
Please, because it's causing a problem. I've got an elderly mum who is disabled. She suffered, she was caught up with this COVID thing. She was in hospital for 3 months. Thankfully, she survived. She now has carers coming in 4 times a day to look after her and heat up her meals and everything. And we don't have a microwave. And I borrowed one from a friend, but obviously, the friend needs his microwave back. And this is causing a lot of problems.
Can you leave it with me? Madhu,
yes,
can you leave it with me? Let me go and have a word. Let me see if I can get this sorted out for you. I'll pass you back to the team. We'll get some detail and I'll call them this afternoon. Patrick came to me. He was telling me his auntie moved to live with her son and daughter-in-law when they were both very ill. Well, sadly, her son died last year. She was there living in their house for about 3 years looking after both of them, which meant she really wasn't using her home very much at all. She was popping in every now and then, but she certainly wasn't living there. And all that time, she was still paying her regular direct debits to cover her gas and electricity.
Him and his wife were both not very good. This was for quite a time. Although she's 87, Jonathan, obviously it was a big struggle for her, but she's got a heart as big as a bucket, and she tried to do these things. So what you do for your son? It's, your son and daughter-in-law, you do what you can. She was travelling backwards and forwards a bit because her doctor is where her bungalow is. One of the neighbours down there very kindly ran her back there when she needed to go. It was quite a shock to me when I found out she was this much in credit. £3,076.83. And ever since then, Jonathan, she asked me if I'd sort it out. I rang the company, who said you need a letter of authorisation, which I duly got my auntie to sign one, sent it off. And ever since then, all I've been getting is promise after promise after promise, and nothing's happened.
Well, I promised Patrick. I made him another promise. I said, leave it with me. Let me go and have a word with the company and see if I can get this money out of them. It's amazing, isn't it? When you're in debt to a company, they're very, very interested in coming after you for it. When they owe you money, it can be a nightmare trying to get them to pay up. Well, I went off to have a word with this company on Patrick's aunt's behalf. Patrick's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Patrick.
Good afternoon, Jonathan.
Good afternoon to you. As you are aware, this is E.ON. And E.ON came back with this response. They said, we are very sorry that we allowed a large amount of credit to build up on this account over the past 3 years. We have refunded the amount owed to Patrick's aunt last week, and her nephew has confirmed that she has now received the money. So I'm very much hoping, Patrick, that's what's happened.
Jonathan, thanks to you, it is.
She's got all the money. How much?
Jonathan, she got £2,942, I think it was 24, refunded into her account. On the day we spoke, at about 4 in the afternoon, I got a phone call from a very nice lady in the director's office.
Mm-hmm.
I've never been that high before. I've never been passed on before. And she assured me that the money was in. I couldn't check that day, but I went the following morning and checked. The money was in there. And what I couldn't do in 3 months, I think you achieved in probably 3 hours.
Great
so my auntie really wants to thank you from the bottom of her heart, and so do I.
Well,
it's wonderful. I'm not, Jonathan, sorry to butt in. I'm not surprised. I've been listening to your programme for years, and I know the things you do for people, and what you've done for my auntie. You're bringing tears to my eyes.
Well, I'm absolutely delighted. It's why I do it. Why I've been doing it for so many years, Patrick. And I'm delighted. I will go home for the weekend feeling as if I've achieved something this week. And I will thank E.ON very much indeed for having paid you or paid your auntie all of that money. I will give them the horn. Any other problems, you know where we are.